Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the esteemed colleagues, respected faculty, invited guests, and all those who have joined us today. With blessings of Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan and Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, and under the guidance of Vice Chancellor Ma'am Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and our mentor of AIES, Natural Resources and Environmental Sciences domain in association with MET Academic Staff College, welcome all of you to this 5 days faculty development program on building a sustainable future with green technology, innovations, opportunity, and challenges. As educators and researchers, we are in a unique position to shape the course of our planet's future. Our topic underscores the urgency and importance of integrating sustainability and green technology into our educational curriculum and research initiatives. We are living in an era where the impacts of climate change and environmental degradation are becoming increasingly evident. However, this is also an era of unprecedented technological advancements. Green technology offers us powerful tools to address these environmental challenges that can transform our energy systems, reduce pollution, and promote sustainable development. This faculty development program is an opportunity for us to delve into the latest developments in green technology. We will explore its application in various fields such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, waste management, water conservation, and green architecture. We are fortunate to have distinguished experts who will illuminate these areas with their knowledge and insights. More importantly, this program will prompt us to consider how we can best equip our students with the knowledge and skills they need to be leaders in the era of green technology. As educators, we have a responsibility to prepare our students for a future where sustainability is not just an option, but a necessity. We will also discuss strategies for fostering a culture of sustainability within our institutions. How can we make our campus more environment friendly? How can we inspire and engage our students in sustainable initiatives? There are just a few of the questions we will tackle during this program. Let us approach this program with open minds and open hearts. Let us listen, learn, and be inspired. Let us commit to using what we learn here to make our classrooms, our institutions, and our world a green and more sustainable place. Once again, I welcome all of you to this faculty development program. Here's to building a sustainable future with green technology. Thank you. Now I would request my team to please start the program with the lightning of lamp and Saraswati Vandana.
तेरा जिम्मा में दे रहा हूँ
मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
That indeed was a blissful start for all of us. Now I would request Dr. Amrina Sadan Khan to please start with the welcome address.
Thank you, Julie, for inviting me to deliver the welcome address for today's event. A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries, guests of honor, esteemed speakers, deans, head of the institution, faculty members, research scholars, and participants. On behalf of Amity Academic Staff College and Natural Resources and Environmental Sciences Domain, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, I, Dr. Amrina, along with the entire organizing team, welcomes you all to an extremely knowledgeable and insightful journey of 5 days online faculty development program on building a sustainable future with green technology, innovations, opportunities, and challenges. Today, we begin our FDP program with the blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our dynamic Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who are ardently working to create centers of thought leadership across the world for faculties and scientists. We begin this insightful journey of 5 days with the blessings of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla. We begin this event with the support and guidance of Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chairman Law School and Mentor AIS, Professor Dr. S.P. Singh, Domain Head, Natural Resource and Environmental Sciences, and welcoming Professor Tanu Jindal, Professor Pro Vice Chancellor, R&D, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to this event. To our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome on behalf of the entire team of Amity University. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much awaited domain level faculty development program, an amalgamation of complete 4 different areas unifying into one great learning process. It gives me immense pleasure to be in front of you all amongst the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in their respective fields and welcome them to this event. With warm regards and gratitude, I welcome our guest for today, honoring us with their presence. Dr. Brijesh Kumar Yadav, Head of Department of Hydrology, IIT Roorkee, Mr. Shailendra Singh, Founder and CEO, Sustain Mantra, and Ms. Manju Minhas, Founder, Sifar Zaya, Swachh Bharat Mission Consultant. I would take this opportunity to extend our deepest appreciation to our honorable guests who agreed to be with us today to share their knowledge on such an important topic. It would really help us to delve deeper into the subject like building a sustainable future with green technology, innovations, opportunities, and related challenges, and will help us to understand its nuances. I would also welcome our wonderful audience, faculty members, and students. Their presence is always a motivation and encouragement to us. I request them to listen to our experts as thereafter they shall be liable to raise their doubts and questions. These doubts and questions then will be taken up by our panel of experts and would be used as inputs in the drafting of the outcome of the FDP. In the words of Aristotle, excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. This 5 days faculty development program is an example of the merger of knowledge from different disciplines of environmental sciences. I once again welcome each and every one to this knowledgeful journey of 5 days of faculty development program put up for sharing excellence from different disciplines by Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity School of Natural Resources and Sustainable Development, Amity Institute of Forestry and Wildlife, and Amity Institute of Geoinformatics and Remote Sensing. My heartiest welcome to everyone. Welcome to the 5 days faculty development program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an introduction. I think we have elaborated everything in detail. Now I would request our joint coordinator, Dr. Renu Dhupar, to share a few thoughts. Renu, ma'am, you're on mute.
Sorry, Dr. Ji, I'm facing some net issues.
That's okay, ma'am. Please start.
Namaskar to all for this 5 days faculty development program. I'm very welcome and very good morning to all the esteemed colleagues, distinguished faculties, respected guests and participants. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this 5 days faculty development program on a very crucial theme of building a sustainable future with green technology. Today, we have gathered here with a very common goal to explore the transformative power of green technology in shaping a sustainable future for our planet. And as a premier academic institution, we are keenly aware of our responsibilities and potential influence in building a sustainable future. The recent G20 summits have constantly underscored the importance of sustainability and the role of green technology in shaping our world. And they emphasizes that the path to a sustainable future is through the international cooperation and shared commitment. This 5-day faculty program, which is based on the building a sustainable future with green technology, aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the role of green technology in creating a sustainable future. And this program is designed for faculty members from education institutions to enhance their knowledge and expertise in green technology and equip them with the necessary tools to integrate sustainability principles into their teaching and research purpose. We are living in a time of great urgency and responsibility. Climate change, environmental degradation, and resource depletion are compelling us to rethink our approach to technology, innovation, and development. And as we confront these global challenges, it becomes increasingly clear that sustainable solutions are not just desirable, they are essential for the well-being and survival of our planet and future generation. It is with this great pleasure and anticipation that I stand before you today to inaugurate this very significant and important event, which is centered around the sustainable future with green technology. This gathering serves as a platform to explore and embrace the transformative potential of green technology in shaping a better tomorrow for our planet and for all the inhabitants. And we find ourselves at a point where the need for sustainable solution has never been more pressing. And our planet is grappling with the repercussions of the climate change, environmental degradation, and the depletion of precious resources. And as the custodians of this earth, we have a responsibility to address these challenges with unwavering commitment and innovation. And in this era, the green technology, also known as a clean or sustainable technology, shows a wide era of technology advancement, which is designed to minimize the environmental impact and promote the sustainable practices across various sectors of our society. Throughout our time together, we will hear from distinguished experts, thought leaders, and innovators who have dedicated their efforts to developing the sustainable solutions. Their insights and experience will help us to gain a deeper understanding of the opportunities and the challenges we face. And moreover, we encourage lively discussion and exchange of ideas among all participants, as collaboration and knowledge sharing are essential for propelling this green technology forward. The objective of this 5 days faculty development program is basically aimed to empower faculty members with the knowledge, skills, resource necessary to effectively integrate the green technology into their teaching practices, research endeavors, and institutional initiatives. By achieving these objectives, the program seeks to contribute to building a sustainable future through the adoption and promotion of green technology across the educational institutions. The first objective of this 5-day faculty program is to educate the faculty members about the importance of building a sustainable future and the role of green technology in achieving this goal. Second is innovate, to inspire and encourage innovative approaches to integrate green technology into educational practices and curriculum. Third is empower, to empower faculty members with the knowledge and skills necessary to become effective facilitators of sustainable education. Third is to collaborate, to foster collaboration among faculty members, enabling the exchange of ideas, experience, and best practice in green technology integration. And the last objective of this 5 days faculty program is to transform, to support faculty members in transforming their teaching practices, promoting sustainable mindsets, and preparing the students for a sustainable future with all the recent technologies and innovations. Now, the learning outcomes. The learning outcomes of the 5 days faculty program are: first is knowledge and understanding. Second is integration of green technology. Third one is the problem solving and critical thinking. Fourth is the curriculum development and innovation. Fifth is about the collaboration and networking. Sixth is about the research and innovation. Seventh is action planning and implementation. And the last one is the awareness and leadership. The successful completion of this program will enable participants to become effective facilitators of sustainable education and equipped with the knowledge, skills, and resources to integrate this green technology in their teaching practices. And they will contribute to building a sustainable future by inspiring and preparing students to address the challenges and opportunities of the rapidly changing world. Now, the pedagogy of the programs aims to foster a learner-centered approach where participants actively engage with the content, interact with their peers, and apply their learning in practical context. And through this pedagogical approach, participants will develop the knowledge, skill, and confidence to effectively integrate green technology into their teaching practices and contribute to building a sustainable future. The basic elements of the pedagogical elements of these programs are: first is expert presentation, second is the hands-on activities, which will be on all the 5 days, on first day, second day, third day, and fourth day, where the expert members gives a hands-on training on the recent tools and techniques for the green technology. Then group discussion and reflection, case studies and real-world examples, guest speakers and panel discussion, action-oriented learning, networking and collaboration, and last is the ongoing support and resources. Now, the themes of the FDP. The theme of the first day FDP is based on the Green Tech Revolution, Pathways to Sustainability and Innovation. That is on the second half of 22nd May. And on 23rd May, the theme is about the role of modern genomic tools in wildlife conservation to meet the goal of sustainable development. On 24th May, the theme is recent innovation in geospatial technology for sustainable future. And on 25th May, the theme is green technologies and sustainable development. And on the last day, that is the first half of this 26th May, the theme is empowering the circular economy to decode the green tomorrow. This 5-day development program is not just a moment of discussion and exploration. It is a call to action, and it is an platform where each and every one of us to become the catalyst for the change of their environment and make it as a sustainable program on convert the whole lifestyle into sustainable lifestyle. And as we embark on this journey together, let us seize the opportunities, navigate the challenges, and create a legacy that inspires future generation. And I'm confident that by the end of our time together, we will leave here with hope, fresh perspectives, and share a determination to pave the way for a sustainable future, which is powered by the green technology, latest innovation in this field. And in conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants, speakers who have made this event possible. Together, let us seize this movement to envision a future where technology works hand in hand with nature and sustainability is the core of all the endeavors. And by building a sustainable future with green technology, we can leave a lasting legacy of progress and prosperity for our generation to come. And it is through our collective commitment and collaboration that we can ignite a global movement towards building a sustainable future with green technology. So thank you. And I let us embark on this journey towards a sustainable future with a very collaborative interactions and an online assessment. So once again, welcome to all for this platform. Namaskar. Thank you. Over to Dr. Juhi.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction and the opening remarks. I would now request our team to play the inaugural video for a quick reference for all of us. Thank you so much to our team for showing the video. Now I would request Dr. S.P. Singh sir, Director AS NRISD, to start with his opening remarks for this session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juhi Gupta. At the outset, I welcome all the panelists who are in the ceremonies. The guest of honor, Dr. Vijay Kumar Yadav ji, Mr. Shailendra Singh ji, Ms. Manju Minhas sir, and our Professor Tanu Jindal ji, Professor D.K. Bandapaya ji, and all dear participants. It is really a great, proud privilege to me that the organization, this all FDP program is being organized by the domain of ASNRD, domain of Natural Resource Environment Science. I think it is a very important to do such kind of faculty development programs, which are necessary for the purpose of updating among the faculty members, as well as also give the new innovations, challenges, how we can do it. But this we should think of why we are doing a green technology FDTP on this. If we go for the genesis, that what we as on today are facing, that is the facing of the global warming. We are all aware that this global warming is becoming a biggest threat to the humankind. If you just see the climate models which are suggesting that the global Earth surface temperature may rise from 1.4 to 5.8 degrees centigrade by the turn of the century, in case we have not addressed this. And as usual, we are getting average temperature rising by 0.6 degrees centigrade. The sea level is also rising, and glacier also reduced by 10%. And if we need as on today, there are two ways of how do we control it. One is the way of reducing emissions of greenhouse gases, and another way is the planting more trees for carbon sequestrations. The most important part is the reduced emission of greenhouse gases, and how it can be done. It can only be done then we can adopt the green technology. Here mean green technology that whatever technology we are using, this should not emit emissions of greenhouse gases. That is the mean. Or in other words, we can also say that clean development technology. That is the need of today. We all know that it is also linked with the terms of lifestyle for the environment, which was discussed in the COP 26 Glasgow, and our Honorable Prime Minister called upon the global community or individual to drive life as an international mass movement towards mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless and destructive consumptions to protect and preserve the environment. So this is directly, indirectly linked with the green technology. How can we deal with? We can have to see the all sources which are free from this. And therefore, the most important topic which has been covered in this, which is related to this renewable source of energy, we have to, at presently, almost with 70 to 80%, we are depending on coal. We have to switch the alternate source of energy, renewable sources like solar, wind energy. I think India is already is taking a good step on this. We same time the another problem with the vehiculars, and there we have to talk about green transport. Green transport means whether we use the efficient vehicle which can efficient in fuel, or we can go for electrical vehicle or solar vehicle or hydrogen vehicles. Our Honorable Minister of Transport, Minister of Roadways, Transport, Mr. Gaten Gadkari, he's using a hydrogen vehicle, but this has not come up so far because of very high cost out there. The other areas are also that the waste management. We require to reuse, recycle these material, and then of course we may able to reduce the carbon footprint to very large extent. And the another part which is everybody is available, that the sustainable agriculture. We all know the Conference of Parties made the protocol 97, which say that you cut the emissions of these gases. And at the same time, the Paris Agreement also came up in 2015, which stayed upon the enhance the emission of cut off this emission of the gases. And at the same time, you also develop adaptability, because it has become totally inevitable. Whatever we do, even then, we are not in a position to totally control the global warming. But in case we adopt promptly the green technology for all the sectors, then possibly the effect will not be so disastrous, because it will be a gradual. We all looking after that, how extreme events are coming up, how the weather conditions are changing, how eruption is happening. So this is we are living in the sense of total unpredictable situation, which are disturbing all the cycle of agriculture production and all that. And the poor are suffering the most. So it is a really a great challenge. I think, therefore, we continuously aware the people. Awareness is very, very important. If suppose green technologies are available in terms of anything, if people are not aware, then they may not able to adopt. The lot of research programs are happening on in these directions, and therefore, and the academias are very, very important. They are this actually center for creating awareness. So then we can certainly improve our situation, especially to green technology. I think this is the very right forum. This kind of a faculty development program has been taken, and I am sure the deliberation on this certainly will be a very helpful to each and everybody. Of course, I consider that 5 days are not sufficient for such a big task, but at least it will give some kind of insight and innovative thinking, and develop some kind of networking, that how we can make the environment, this building, green building, for more sustainable futures. I'm glad to see that all institutions under the NRES has taken a very active part, and every institution is almost covering one day. And interestingly, they have really did a very hard work in bringing the resource person from all sides, and whether there is a universities like in University of Delhi, or even there are certain foreign universities like University of Potsdam, Germany, University of Oulu, Finland, and Seoul National University, South Korea. The many renowned institutions like Wildlife Institute India and number of non-government organizations who are really dedicated at this kind of work. The geospatial technique is also playing a very important role in enhancing this green technology. That has also been widely covered in this. So I think these deliberation, I'm very much hopeful the deliberation of on these different topics by the eminent personalities who are from different sides may really initiate good thinking among the faculty members and also the students, that they think more on these directions and they try to make research on these areas. Because if we will not adopt this green technology, probably we may not able to address the global warming problems, and which is really a biggest threat to the humankind at present today. With these words, I wish and my best wishes for the successful completion of this faculty development programs, and we will learn from this faculty development program to do more faculty development program in other areas, rather more specific to particular subjects. So with these words, thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts. Now I would like to request Professor Tanu Jindal, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT University, to please address all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Juhi, for inviting me. I congratulate Natural Resources and Sustainable Development domain for organizing a worthy topic of building a sustainable future and green technology, innovation and opportunity and challenges, which is really in need of the hour. As Dr. S.P. Singh has already said that we must know the green technologies to adopt them. I welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Vijesh Kumar Yadav, Mr. Shailendra Singh, and Captain Manju Minhas, with the vision of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and dynamic leadership of Dr. Atul and Dr. Asim Chauhan, and also visionary leadership of our Alvinder Shukla Madam, Vice Chancellor, and also mentorship of Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay. Dear faculty students, I would like to share my thoughts on green technologies, but I would like to share a small presentation and skip the slides fast so that you understand better about how this green technology concept had come. In fact, when I was working on circular economy, I thought in circular economy it is very important to include all the green technologies so that this circular economy can be used effectively. And basically in circular economy, there nothing is waste. Unlike a linear economy system, it is a circular where nothing is waste, and waste is a resource which is used at a proper place. So coming to green technologies, they are environment friendly technologies, they conserve natural resources, they run the gamut from generating power to non-toxic cleaning products, and technology that utilizes the energy provided by renewable energy sources, innovative and sustainable. In fact, green technologies, they not only take into account the sustainable economics, but also sustainable environment. And here the goals of green technologies are to rethink, reduce, reuse, repair, and recycle. In fact, there are certain emerging green technologies that are still in a comparatively early stage of technology maturity. And many industry key leaders, they are adopting many sustainable green technologies to, for example, in car sector, aviation sector, they are using certain fleet emissions, for example, CO2 per kilometer 3.3% over the past years. The BMW cars have reduced the CO2 emission. Similarly, Virgin Atlantic, they have also reduced the total aircraft carbon emission by 22%. Indigo, they are contributing to CSR activities like reviving water tanks and ponds, eco restoration of Sikandarpur pond. So many companies are contributing in their own ways. For in consumer good, LG Electronics, they are having greener goals and they have reduced 40% greenhouse gas emission. Marico, they are having soft flower growing belts in the socially responsible growth by keeping farmers as the pivot. Then bin bag cycling, recycling. In Andhra Pradesh and Assam recycling, they are recycling ACs and computers and laptops. So there are many industry. These are the examples which I'm trying to quote so that everybody knows about these examples and further they adapt for a sustainable system. Nestle, they are producing biofuel and further this biofuel is being used for bottle factory and Swiss power grid. In Unilever, they are reducing the amount of waste associated with disposal of products by 29%. Similarly, Levi's, this is a company which is using less water, up to 96% less water in making the clothing. Then there are many technology hardwares like Hindustan Computer Limited. They are producing renewable ecosystem, green building and energy development, redefined workplace for career lifecycle employee experience. Then repay society, responsible business. So these are some of the practices they are following for sustainability. Apple is also, they are having greenest tech company in the world and they recovered 99% recycled paper products. Similarly, Intel, now the software companies are coming. They recycle 90% of its non-hazardous materials and reduce the emission of
Tanu ma'am, your screen
for example,
showing.
cloud big data.
Yeah, it's audible again.
And also optimize truck routes, the detailed analysis of waste data. So these all help in reducing the carbon footprint. In G cycle is a bio-based material which produces diaper from the instead of the plastic material, they are producing cotton paste G diapers. Some more examples I would like to quote, like robotics. Apple has 29 arms and is capable of dismantling discarded iPhone in 11 seconds. And they have recovered 61 million pounds of material that is reusable in future products, including 2,204 pounds of gold. So this is another example. Apple is one of the greenest company. Hello Tractor, I would say, Hello Tractor, this is also having M2M technology fitted to share information on the vehicle and its efficiency in turn maximizing the utilization for the tractor usage. Coming to MET, there are many technologies which are green technologies. MET Institute of Advanced Research and Studies have produced a solar energy cell which runs from the waste water remediation. So also they have produced solar photovoltaic panels in agriculture for optimizing land use. Here the farmers can harvest the solar energy as well as they can harvest the crop. In fact, biofuels, we have been working on biofuels are one of the cleaner energy and we have been working on these using algae and I think our product would be soon and we are working with BPCL in collaboration for the biofuel production. Our Prime Minister has put this logo. Are the slides not visible? I hope the slides are visible. One sun, one world, one grid. PM Modi calls for.
Ma'am, not now. Not
They are
now.
not.
Screen
They are
sharing
not.
has been stopped. Yes, ma'am.
Screen share has been stopped. I don't know somehow. Anyways, I'll mention about some of the more technologies. One sun, one world, one grid. So PM Modi calls for a global solar grid at COP26. So this is the mission. And we have also prepared a sustainable herbal pesticide which is based on acetylcholine esterase inhibitory activity. So this is also another example of green technology. And there are certain more green technologies which are available as solar cell. In fact, they help in greenhouse gas reduction. In fact, there is a Cochin airport. It has become India's first airport to run on solar power. Similarly, we have another airport in Chandigarh, International Airport at Mohali, which is the first airport in the country that is totally green. So a lot of work has been happening in this area, like LEDs. LEDs and air conditioning is fired by chiller efficient machines. Now LEDs are replacing all kinds of other solar and other energies. We can also use reusable water bottles, reusable that can refill yourself and health promoting, eco-friendly and green. Further, you can use green roofs, green facades, and permeable pavements. Some smoke filtering concrete facades to purify the air. So there are no need to having another purifier in the room. In fact, you can use this purifier filter over the ACs. There are a few more technologies which I would like to mention before I stop delivering on my talk. There are, in fact, improved control automated systems in autonomous vehicles by minimizing companies in one example. For example, 200 million tons of material with its fleet of 54 AVs. Then there are many advanced manufacturing techniques, for example, 3D printing, solar industry, manufacturing techniques of PV panels, then heat pumps or geo-exchange technologies. They draw heat or coal from outside, underground, and pumping it into the conditioned environment, thus saving the global warming and climate change. Then I mentioned about the LED lights. They almost 80% less energy than halogen globes and 25% less than CFLs. Then hybrid EVs, 65% more fuel efficient than traditional petrol fuel vehicles. Solar technology I've already mentioned, and there are many electric appliances, for example, induction cooktop. It uses less energy than a gas burner. It is high efficiency electric water heaters also are used for saving energy. Then there are many storage technologies, a range of that huge potential for energy productivity. For example, batteries have the potential to take household and business off the grid. Cost of battery technology is expected to help by 2050. So this is a very promising technology. Then there are the carbon fitted clothes dryers. The few more examples I'll take. New type of clothes dryers that use a heat pump cycle to generate hot air needed for drying. A more efficient dryer that has the potential to lower energy consumption by 60% compared to conventional ones on the market today. So then there are new kind of magnetic refrigerators are coming. They use magnets to create cold, and they are called as magnetocaloric effect, lowering or raising the temperature of material by changing the magnetic field. Then there are many reflective roof type material which conserves the energy, thus reducing the bill of AC. They have a fluorescent pigment coating which can reflect nearly 4 times the amount of sunlight of standard pigment. Then next generation insulation material are there, which environment friendly advanced composite material, and it ensures that heat doesn't escape from the attic walls and other areas of home during cold winter. There are many technologies, in fact, but I would like to stop my talk here. I have listed around 20 to 30 technologies, but I would like to listen more to the all the panelists today. And further, in 5 days program, the sessions are very worthy on role of modern genomic tool in wildlife conservation. The sessions have been chosen very carefully in geospatial technology, and I would love to listen to all the speakers. Thank you so much, and looking forward and wish you a very successful FDP program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and also the wishes. Even I would like to add on that the distillery company is also doing the same initiative. They're paying people for collecting all those empty water bottles when the water is finished up. So moving forward, I would now like to request Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay Chief Advisor FU, Chairman MEP Law School, and our mentor for MEP Institute of Environmental Sciences to please address all of us. So you're on mute.
So you are on mute, sir.
No, I think unmuted.
Now
Yes,
you're
sir.
audible, sir.
So at the outset, I must congratulate the whole domain, natural resource and environment science domain, for taking up this responsibility for educating our faculty members in the new development of the technology. And that is what any education institution would love to do, that what is the recent thing that have been happening and what should we do about it. Now, I am also thankful for Dr. Brijesh Kumar Jadhav ji, who has kindly consented to be present in these deliberations for educating the faculty members. Mr. Soilendra Singh, CEO Sustain Mantra. I think we have to learn a lot from you, sir, because you have been practicing it. Now, Manju Vinhas ji, who is working on Swachh Bharat mission, as a consultant, so the varieties of the people that have been now been invited to give these inputs to the faculty member, it speaks that well begun is half done. So it is going to be a very, very successful faculty development program, and all my best wishes to Renu Dhupar, SP Singh Saab, faculty members of everybody, whether it's Ambrina, whether it is Anamika, everybody who will be there, to conduct this, this faculty development program. Now, if you just look at the world, wherever you go, during the last couple of decades, the topic which was being discussed in every seminar, every conferences, it's a sustainability. People are trying to act sustainably in the way they live, paying attention to recycling, consuming less plastic, using bikes and public transport instead of cars, and buying local goods. These are the things that we see that it has been happening. But very importantly, if we just look at the sustainability and the cost of capital, it is recognized in the financial world that the cost of capital which any company incurs is related to the perceived risk associated with investing in that company. In other words, there is a direct correlation between the risk involved in an investment and the reward which are expected to accrue from. So there is a need for redefining sustainability, because till today, we are carrying out the legacy of Brookland, and to redefine what is meant by sustainable activity. These are the components of sustainability, such as societal influence, which is defined as a measure of the impact that society makes upon the corporation in terms of the social contract and stakeholder. So companies have also recognized that this is something they have to pay attention to on a day-to-day basis, not only when it comes to internal processes, but also to meet the needs of the eco-minded customers and partners. What we have seen in reality is that even though there is a movement of a greener future, the idea of sustainability has not yet fulfilled all its promises from the last year, especially with regard to climate change. Polar ice caps continue to melt, sea levels are still rising, rainforests are disappearing, causing a number of animal species to lose their natural habitat, and horrific fires are raging in various countries all over the world. But certain technologies have the power to guide us in the right direction, and the digitization of office buildings is one piece of the puzzle in overcoming the challenges that global mega trends like climate change and our aging society thrown upon us. The society is aging, and so we have to do something else. So a sustainable technology, when we talk about sustainable technology, then there is a word known as sustainability triangle. That it consists of three pillars: economic, ecological, and social. When you talk about cost of the capital, we have to understand it in this context of economic, ecological, and social. It reconciles economic and social development with the environment and social interests so that the needs of all living people are met, and at the same time, those of future generations. Now, if we just look at this triangle, the top of the triangle remains the social one, and the bottom base is ecological and also economic. So if you go in the base level, in the left-hand side, more ecologic, middle is partly ecologic, and at the end towards the economy is slightly ecologic, and their economy get the higher part. Then what we are looking forward? We are looking forward to the centroid of the triangle, where social, ecological, economic, we can have a balance. That is centroid of the triangle. And that's a huge research challenge that have been happening all over the world. Now, if we just look at the magical in the title of the Klein's depiction of this triangle can be considered analogous to the so-called magical square of German economic policy based on the German stability law that postulate the federal government and the states have to change their political measures to ensure stability to the level of prices. Now look at the different types of contradictory things. Level of prices, high employment, a balance in foreign trade, and steady and adequate economic growth, and popularly known as STAG. Now, these four requirements are often depicted as corners of the square, and that's the reason they call it magical square, because the legally mandatory concurrence of all four dimensions is impossible to reach due to incongruity of the aims. While in some circumstances there is a congruity, but there is a incongruity in other situations, such as if we just look at one of the law, what is popularly known as Okun's law, it states that economic growth leads to a high level of employment, or more exactly, and it has been calculated by the law, a 2% increase of GDP will lead to 1% decrease of the unemployment rate. Now, Okun's law has been disputed and has been called a rule of thumb rather than a law, as it is an empirical observation and not based on a theory. And on the other hand, this is in conclusion, 2% increase in GDP will lead to 1% decrease of the unemployment. And the second example, the Phillips curve, which is very famous Phillips curve, that states that a decrease of unemployment rate is correlated with an increased rate of inflation. So if we just increase the rate of inflation, they say there will be decrease in the unemployment. Look at the fallacy. This observation has been proved empirically for short-term relations between the factors, but has been disputed for long-term prediction, as both factors are influenced by many other parameters. Now, why these points I'm raising over here? Because the triangle which are talking about, the ecological, economic, and social triangle. Now, everything depends upon when you talk about social triangle, unemployment. How do you remove the unemployment? When you talk about economic angle, how do you really increase the GDP? When you talk about the ecological angle, how do you really save the planet? So these three counterbalancing forces essentially has to have a newer way of looking at the things. So the aim is to find an equivalent balance between these three. As I was mentioning, that centroid. If we adopt this into technology, the concept of energy harvesting ticks all the boxes. And if we say that we are going to harvest the energy, it ticks all the boxes. Self-powered radio sensors and switches use this technology to gain energy from their surroundings. For example, movement, light, and temperature. For their operation, this means that these devices don't need batteries or wires to function. They are used for classic building automation and for applications and solutions to the Internet of Things. For example, self-powered sensors monitor room use and optimize parking management, provide data on how certain equipment is being used, and help to optimize restroom cleaning on a demand-based level. And this is something which you are talking about, the magical square. Now, can we have a technology which can fulfill all the triangles, all the counteracting forces, ecological, then economic, and the social? Now, energy harvesting sensors make for an equal sustainability triangle. They are economical because in the long run, self-powered radio devices are much cheaper than wired or battery-powered solution. And because they don't need batteries or wires to operate, they don't pollute the environment, making them environmentally friendly. Regarding the social aspect, they help people to work better and live healthier in smart building. Another important aspect is that such devices help to reduce buildings' carbon dioxide emissions. Most important thing. Other innovations and technology that help create an equilateral triangle are plastic recycling and carbon capture and storage, popularly known as CCS. This is the new technology that has come up. Every year, we create around approximately 260 tons of plastic waste, with only 16% of it being recycled. One step to more sustainable recycling system is the adoption of a circular business model like the process of pyrolysis, in which plastic waste is converted back into liquid feedstock by heat and the absence of oxygen. The aim is to eliminate waste across sectors while creating economic, societal, and environmental benefits. CCS involves capturing carbon at source, compressing it, and putting it in underground for permanent storage. Not only does this technology promise to notably lower greenhouse gas emission, good for the environment, as well as our and future generation, it can also be profitable when used to make other products. Now, new and flexible work environment. Working from home has become a go-to solution for many companies. Assuming this trend continues, we'll need fewer office buildings in the future. However, I'm certain office spaces will still have a utility, which means they must be designed flexibly and demand-based. Nowadays, open spaces and meeting rooms play a much more important role. A few years back, single working stations took up most of the space in office building. Now, office doors need to meet this change with flexible and demand-oriented solution that simultaneously increase the well-being and productivity of employees, the social and economic pillars of the sustainability triangle. Internet of Things solutions help companies to adapt their office space to current requirement and at the same time detect and lower hidden cost. On top of that, the demand-based use of building optimizes its carbon dioxide emission. As already mentioned, IoT sensors cannot only be used to monitor the occupancy of office room. The data they provide also helps to optimize green building management. We have all seen it. Windows are open even though the heating is turned on. The light is on even though the daylight provides enough brightness. The HVAC is all night and day, wasting energy and money when it is not needed. And intelligent and smart control with self-powered sensor providing the needed data about temperature, humidity, and occupancy that regulates the use they are only used or turned on when actually needed. This is an important step towards green building management because lighting, heating, gas, and electricity consumption all play their part in the impact of office can have on the environment. Example of most of the sustainable office building in the world are the Age in Amsterdam and the Built It Center in Seattle. Now, intelligent system for a better carbon dioxide footprint of buildings. According to the World Green Building Council, building and constructions are responsible for 39% of all carbon emissions in the world. And that's a very, very important thing that we have to take a note, that 39% of all Who has muted me, please? Who has muted me? Renu, just check. I was muted.
No, sir, you're not muted, sir.
I was muted.
You are audible, sir.
No,
No,
sir
now-
was muted
Oh,
because I just opened my mic to tell him ki sir you are muted. So
yes, sir.
IT department, please check who has muted the sir, please.
Maqsood, sir, please check this issue.
This is not fair.
Hello, yes sir, yes sir.
ये किसने म्यूट किया था मुझे?
I don't know, sir.
Maqsood, sir, please check karo. Please check
Okay,
it, sir.
okay.
So I coming back
Yes, sir.
that according to World Green Building Council, building and constructions are responsible for 39% of all carbon emissions in the world. Companies have a responsibility to lower the energy consumption of buildings and to minimize carbon dioxide emissions. Intelligent solutions like radio-based heating control systems or lighting on demand are logical steps to not only meet this goal, but also save hidden cost. The role that digitalized buildings play to make the world a greener place and at the same time increase productivity and well-being of employees must not be underestimated. Energy harvesting, IoT solutions, and building automation system lay the foundation for this. So this is just the bits of the iceberg and new technology that are now getting developed. And I feel there's a big hope, but there is a cost involved in it. Who is going to provide this cost? There in the Paris Agreement, it was told that the developed countries will be providing to the developing country that equivalent amount of grant, but not a single drop of water has flown from there. So every country, if they really want to reach to the sustainability, they have to find their own home solution. And home solutions will only come if you are really able to do or develop the new technologies. And new technology is the new solution. So very aptly, the 5-day faculty development program, building a sustainable future and green technology. So we need innovations and there are challenges because cost of the capital is high. So how do we really manage? This is a challenge, but if we are determined to do it, we'll be able to do it. Now, the purpose of this FDP is that every faculty member must take home that what are the possibility of the development of the new technology, how this new technology actually takes care of finding the centroid of the triangle, social, economic, and ecology. This triangle is very important for us to find the centroid. And I hope at the end of this seminar, at the end of this FDP program, we shall be able to reach to a actually good understanding about those old technologies. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks, Vijay Kumar ji. Thanks, Holendra Singh ji. Thanks, Manju Minas. Thanks to Tonu Jindal, Professor S.P. Singh, Renu Dhupar, Amrina, Anamika, those who are all present over Juhi. Thank you very much for inviting me to express my thoughts about this FDP program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so
for
much,
your
sir.
thoughts. Following this, we had an address by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am, but she just got caught up in a last-minute meeting. So, which is why I received the call, and she has conveyed her best wishes and said all the very best to all of us. So, which is why we are following the session further, and I would like to welcome our first guest of honor, Dr. Brijesh Kumar Yadav, sir. I would like to introduce him first. Brijesh Kumar Yadav, sir, is currently serving as Professor and Head of Hydrology Department at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. His interest areas include remediation of soil water systems, phytoremediation of heavy metals, plant water and solute uptake, groundwater modeling, etc. He holds potential research publication and awards to his honor, including the prestigious Ramanujan Fellowship. He is also the member of Research Advisory Group of Gujarat Environmental Management Institute. So, as per our tradition, we would like to welcome you, sir, with a virtual Tulsi sapling. Kindly enlighten us
Okay, many thanks, Amity, and many thanks, Dr. Juhi. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the organizers of this important FDP program of 1 week duration. Dr. S.P. Singh Saab, Director, ASNR HD, and also I heard just Professor Tanu Jindal, Professor D.K. Bandopadhyay, and also Professor Balwinder. She is not here, but of course we heard from the message from the organizers, and also Shalendra Singh ji and Miss Manju Minhas. And I would also like to thank Dr. Amrina, Dr. Juhi Gupta, and of course Dr. Madam. So many thanks for inviting me, and on behalf of my department as well as from IIT Roorkee, I would say that this type of the FDP programs are going to play a very important role. So I can see the list of the attendance here. So it's a good number of the participants and the such scholars which are visible in this program. So everyone is talking about this green technology. So my research area is on the natural resources management. So I'll talk on the aspects of the natural resources without sharing any sites. So when you talk about the natural resources management using some green technologies, so we talk about the management using some conventional methods as well as you can say the more innovative and the green technologies which we use for managing our natural resources. So when you talk about the management of the natural resources, we use like physical methods, chemical methods, and the biological treatment methods. So once our resources are polluted, we go for the physico-chemical method. That was you can say the traditional way of handling these natural resources. However, with these, you can say their impact, side impact, their involvement of the coast, as well as you can say the impacts on the flora and fauna. We are preferring the more and more greener technologies like phytoremediation or bioremediation. So in phytoremediation, we use you can say the specific plant species to remove the pollutants or to treat the pollutant which is available in our natural resources, maybe soil, water, groundwater, or even into the air. So these technologies can improve our natural resources, and we are not also compromising with the development of our, you can say, the goals. Similarly, Dr. Bandopadhyay ji and other speaker, Professor Singh Saab, also he was also talking about the CCS, carbon capture and sequestration. So we cannot stop our carbon emission totally in the atmosphere, but at the same time we have to innovate, we have to advance the new technologies, and we have to go for the aggressive capturing of this carbon using some sustainable techniques like geosequestration of this CO2 into the subsurface. So those are some things which we have to adopt in our technologies. And regarding these green technology application for management of our natural resources, of course, the monitoring of natural resources plays also very important roles. So when it comes for this monitoring of the natural resources, we have to go for the greener methods. Okay. So conventionally, what we are doing, we are going and collecting the samples of the air, soil, water, groundwater sources. Coming to the laboratory, some of the parameters are also observed into the field, but rest of the parameters we are observing into the laboratory using some sophisticated equipment. So these we have to also relook all these type of the monitoring techniques which are going to have a lot of impacts on the environment. Let's say whenever we are going to sample, when we are going to analyze a sample of air or the water sample, there are a lot of cost involved, a lot of impacts on the environment is also taking place. So to avoid such type of the impacts on the environment of using such type of the monitoring techniques, we have to go for the biomonitoring techniques integrated with, of course, with our conventional, you can say, physico-chemical monitoring. So these things we have to learn from the time to time. And I understand this course has been given green technology. So today also I'm taking my green tea, and also I've learned that the course fee of this program is kept 500. So that is also very important because you have kept a very minimum course fee for the participants by keeping in mind, and also that is also going to have attract the sincere participant in this course. So yeah, with these words, because I've been informed that there's a limited time, so I have to cut short my entire, you can say, the presentation. So I wish all the very best to the participant, and I'm very sure by looking at the entire program meticulously, the organizers have developed the program is very nicely by involving all the aspects related to this title. And I'm very sure all the objectives are going to be justified by the organizers, and the participants are going to be at the end of this 5 days program, their hands are going to be full and they are going to learn a lot. So many thanks for inviting me again for this important FDP program, and also I wish all the best to the participants. So thank you, Amity, thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words and wishes. Following this, I would now like to request our next guest of honor, Mr. Shailendra Singh. I would like to first introduce him. He's the founder and CEO of Sustain Mantra. His vision helps demystify sustainability for MSME companies and enabling grounded circular economy actions that add value to his organization. He's passionate about sustainability, plastic waste management, and the impact of climate change on businesses and business models. He's a staunch believer that impactful climate change mitigating actions rest on developing viable business models for the new world. As per our tradition, sir, we would like to welcome you with a virtual Tulsi sapling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kindly enlighten us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the beginning, first let me thank Amity University Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Co-Chairperson and Mentor, Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Professor Duper, Professor Khan, Professor Gupta, and other eminent professors who are associated with this program. And I would also say all people who have been engaged in organizing this event for giving me an opportunity to be part of this inaugural ceremony. I've been part of similar faculty development programs in the past, organized by your esteemed university, and I must compliment the team for putting together an impressive list of eminent speakers. And just on the sheer volume and depth of information and knowledge that is shared at these programs, it is quite frankly very, very impressive. And it's my privilege and honor to be part of this FDP as well. Now, building a sustainable future with green technologies, innovation, opportunities, and challenges, the theme of this FDP well encapsulates and defines the essence of the situation facing us as a humanity. We are, I would say, in what many would call the decade of action, and clearly a lot more needs to be done if we have to meet the climate action goals and targets set out for all of us, both at a global level and at an India level through our declared NDCs. Many reports suggest that at the rate at which we are progressing on sustainability initiatives, we are way behind on achieving our goals and targets. And therefore, as I stand here and think about what is critical for all of us to achieve, I believe there are three important things that we must remember. The first one of them is this word called collaboration. The sustainability equation that we are trying to solve has multiple variables and requires an intense amount of work across a multitude of sectors and constituents of our citizenry, stretching from corporates, NGOs, government bodies, and the ordinary citizen. It does not take a genius to figure out that the scale of the problem that we are trying to solve is humongous. And we have miles and miles to go before we can say that we even made a significant dent in solving the problem. Now, many of the people who spoke just before me, and I was glad when Professor Duper was detailing the agenda, that collaboration figures, pretty prominently in the agenda. So it's very heartwarming to see that, because it's a subject that is very, very close to my heart as well. Now, collaboration across stakeholders is easy to say, but difficult to implement. And we got a little view of this when the corona vaccine was being developed, and there was much discussion on the global platform on how can we share the technologies on an open platform, and frankly, such that it would benefit speedy development of the vaccine and also help humanity at a global level, because the pandemic that we were facing was truly global in its nature and impact. And frankly, the example which we saw wasn't very encouraging, and it kind of opened up the fault lines for all of us to see and acknowledge that how can we collaborate, and where the fault lines could be. And so now I guess we are more aware of what the challenges there could be, and we need to address them going forward. A climate action or a climate event will have global impact. It's not going to be localized. And therefore, the ability to collaborate becomes very, very critical. Now, I believe, and I guess all of you would agree, that human beings or corporates or countries, we have been hardwired to compete, not to collaborate. So collaboration does not come naturally to us, and is a skill we need to develop and nurture, and I'll, dare I say, become masters at. And in that context, the work that Amity University and other academic institutions are doing, in particular Amity University, I believe can take the lead in teaching and demonstrating collaboration through its teaching engagements and actions. And in that context, I think the FDP is one such initiative that your university leads, but collaboration is mentioned many times without really understanding what collaboration means. Our traditional view of collaboration needs to undergo a change. Competitors have to learn to collaborate. People who are at diametrically opposite points of view need to learn to collaborate. And one can intuitively know that this is not an easy task to achieve. The second one that I think is very important is what I call bias for action. We all know that we are running against time, and therefore, in many cases, we do not have the luxury of time to test, retest, validate, fully vet some of these technologies that are emerging. Hence, the traditional models of developing and deploying technologies to scale need to be relooked at and rethought. Develop, implement, fail, learn, develop, and implement. This is a cycle that we need to get more and more comfortable with. In other words, the cycle time from the point of developing and implementing new technologies needs to be drastically cut. We cannot afford the long cycle times of technologies that are being developed and deployed. Where this may be relevant to Amity University and other academic institutions is to look at how science and scientific knowledge can be applied on the ground to solve real problems. And this becomes a factor that almost like a filter for choosing the areas to work on for R&D, and it should be guided, and such initiatives that a university takes to always see how would this help this work or this project or this R&D initiative, how can this be applied on the ground? The applicability of science and scientific initiatives has become very, very critical and even more important. I'm not an expert on this, but I guess that whilst India has many academic institutions, the focus on applied sciences is probably not as dramatic and as pointed as it should be. I see in Europe, particularly Germany and other countries, that there are many universities of applied sciences. And to me, that in today's environment becomes even more important. And I'd urge the eminent personalities and faculties of the university to think about applicability of the science and the work that you people undertake. The third and final point that I want to emphasize, and I think Professor Bandyopadhyay kind of mentioned it in his words, and Professor Singh also talked about it, is the social impact of the transition. So that to me is the third bullet point that I think is big. And I say this because as we transition to this new sustainable future, we all know intuitively that there will be a cost of this transition, not just financially, but also socially. And in particular, in a developing country like India, where a large percentage of the population is at the bottom of the pyramid, we need to be conscious of the impact this transition can have and make this transition as less painful as we can. It's a truism that when fundamental changes occur, it is the bottom of the pyramid that pays the heaviest price. And we saw some of it during the COVID times when the migrant laborers had to, walk back many kilometers to go back home. And as global warming happens, as temperatures, rise up, many of us can afford to be in comfortable air-conditioned places, but what happens to the person who has to earn a living on a daily basis and needs to go out to work? So they end up paying the heaviest price. And therefore, as we look at new technologies, this is another critical metric that we should be viewing our progress through. In the global narrative, for example, I see several articles, reports that try to size up the emerging opportunity in terms of, dollars and cents and capital that is required to make this transition, or capital to be invested in new technologies, etc., but not enough emphasis and assessment of the social cost that is associated with this transition. And I believe that Amity University can also take the lead in the thought process and lead dialogue and discussion across various stakeholders as to appropriately quantify the social impact of this transition. I believe this is not just important for India, but for the global South, a very important feature. With this, I believe these are the three things. As a sustainability strategist, I grapple with this every morning and every night. How do we focus? What are the areas we should be prioritizing on, so that we can see demonstrable progress on the initiatives? And there are multiple ways that one can filter and apply our best initiatives to the most critical problems facing us as a planet. I hope and I wish with these words that I wish this faculty development program a huge success, and I'm quite enthused with the content and the agenda. And I'm quite sure that the next 5 days will be pretty intense and also lay the grounds for very creative deliberations. I wish you all the best, and thank you so much for giving me some time to air some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all your kind words and best wishes. Following this, I would like to request our next guest of honor, Captain Manju Minhas ma'am. She's the founder of Sifarzaya, and I would like to introduce her as well. She's an ex-officer of Indian Army, a technically qualified professional and social entrepreneur working in environmental ecosystem, especially sustainability, waste management, and circular economy with more than 15 years of academic, industry, and social sector experience. She holds a civil engineering degree from Delhi College of Engineering and post-graduation in environmental engineering. She's helping individuals and organizations to move towards the zero waste goals. She believes that mindful living at individuals and organizational level is a key to the better world. That's a very nice thought, ma'am. And again, as per the tradition, I would like to welcome you from all of us with the virtual Tulsi sapling.
Thank you so much.
I address you to the chair, ma'am. Please address all of us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juhi Gupta, Dr. Renu Dhupar, Dr. Harshita Jain, all the MIT, complete department, complete domain who has organized this. Firstly, I like all the speakers. I am amazed by the kind of wide subject coverage you're doing, and also the speakers you have been able to, thread into. And I have gone through a lot of, awareness programs all over India, but I can surely say, seeing your program, that it is very, very nicely covered. And I agree with Mr. Singh, SP Singh, that 5 days is a very short period to cover completely the holistically the system which we are trying to get. But for the academics especially, it becomes all the more important that we have to become very, very aware about actually what is happening on the ground, and learning from the people who are working from the ground, and taking it to the students to the next level. Because working in the field, I have realized even today, whether we talk about the officials of the municipalities or even the technical experts who are working in this field, that there is still lack of lot of awareness in the field. And again, the academia is totally not connected with, you can say, industry in this field. So there is always a gap between research which is being done in the colleges and the project or the requirement on the ground. I'm sure Dr. Bandyopadhyay and will also agree with me on that. There are a lot of issues which we come across in municipalities, and we still see there is a lot of technological, you can say, gap in the industries. We work basically in the field of solid waste management and sustainability, and we like to provide the technical consultancy to the organizations, to municipalities, to cities, to make them move towards sustainability and move towards zero waste systems. So coming to that, since we are, I'll keep my talk very, very comprehensive and short, within a few minutes. So I will like to cover my ideas or my thoughts on this by just 2 short videos, which I like to share. So let me share my PPT. Can I share screen,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Juhi?
Yes, ma'am. You have
Okay.
the rights.
Just give me a second.
Definitely, please take your time.
Uh, Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sure. So I like to start with a short video which shows that how we are all aware of what the challenge is there compared to the way we are living and the way organizations are being run on a single baseline, that is profit. And let me first share this with you and then we can go ahead.
Is it creating an issue?
Hello, Manju ma'am.
Yeah.
I think we are facing some issue because video is not open, ma'am. Maqsood sir, please help us resolve this issue.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, Maqsood sir, ma'am is not able to start the video, so please guide ma'am so that she can start the video.
Video, ma'am, you need to share your screen, ma'am, because we can see only
Yes.
a image.
Yes,
It's a
here is
poster.
only
It's a
Manju ma'am.
poster.
If you need any help, then our IT support person is here to help you.
Yeah, you can't see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your PPT, ma'am.
Okay, and you can't see the video?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
If you want to play a video, you need to reshare your screen with video.
Oh,
Okay. ma'am.
it is like I have done generally the similar way.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you click here for the video,
Yeah.
but we can't see the video because you need to reshare your screen
You
with
can't
video.
see?
No, ma'am.
Oh. Sure.
Please reshare your screen with video.
Is it possible for you to play the video by any chance?
Ma'am, I'll ask
Because-
somebody else just because
Because
it's like-
generally
right.
we do that way only.
Manju ma'am, then do one thing. Please send your video to Dr. Juhi Gupta. She will play the video.
We have the PPT, ma'am. I'll
They
just
have the
try it.
PPT.
Yeah, we have the PPT. I'll just try it.
Dr. Juhi Gupta, then please play it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking into it. Give me.
Thank you.
It's not working.
Dr. Juhi, video is not audible.
Ma'am,
No,
it's
this is
getting low. Laptop as
Manju
well.
ma'am.
Okay. Manju ma'am,
Manju ma'am, I think
Ma'am,
the
play
video
this
is
video
not
from
audible.
starting and also click on share sound button, ma'am.
Share sound as well, yes, ma'am.
Manju ma'am,
Manju
please
ma'am.
click, ma'am, please click on share sound button, ma'am. You can see on top menu, ma'am.
Dr. Ji, do you have this video? Dr.
Ma'am, we
Juhi?
tried playing it at our desktop, but it's not playing well, which is why she'll share it, then it'll be better. We can just see the PPT. We can share the PPT, but not the video. It's not opening up in our desktop. It's playing fine, but the volume is not audible.
Manju ma'am, when you share your screen, please click on share sound button also.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Now can we?
हमारे घरों से हर रोज छोटी छोटी मात्रा में निकलता है और जिसे हम लापरवाही से कहीं भी फेंक देते हैं। शहरी विकास मंत्रालय के
Ma'am, right now you shared your PPT.
रोज पैदा हो रहा है, उसकी मात्रा है 1,60,000 मीट्रिक टन, यानी कि 16 करोड़ किलो कचरा हर रोज।
It's
इस
your
कचरे में
PPT,
कई
ma'am.
तरह का सामान होता है, फलों सब्जियों के छिलके, बासी खाना।
Reshare your screen, ma'am, with video.
Okay, just a minute. Is it okay now?
हिंदुस्तान
No,
एक ऐसा
it's
देश जिसे
you can
कुदरत
see a
की
poster
खूबसूरती
only.
Sorry?
You can see only a poster. Or ma'am, you need to reshare your screen, ma'am, for video.
Reshare my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Stop sharing and click share screen and select your video.
Okay, the link is not playing that.
Ma'am, the video must be opening up in some other software. So this time, don't share the PPT, share the software this time. Like maybe MX Player, जिसमें भी वो play हो रहा है ना, उसको share करेंगे तो video में दिखेगी. बार-बार हमें presentation ही दिख रही है.
Okay, you can't play the video from your side.
Ma'am, it's not opening up. I tried. I downloaded
Okay,
the
okay.
presentation. It's not
Even from okay, no issues. I think there is some hitch there.
The video was audible but the screen wasn't visible.
Ma'am,
So
otherwise you have one more option. You can share your screen only.
share your entire screen.
Share your entire screen only. Manju ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Right now we can see your video. Now please play.
लेकिन इसी खूबसूरत हिंदुस्तान में दूसरी ओर एक भयानक तबाही मची हुई है। बैंगलोर हो या हैदराबाद, मुंबई हो या दिल्ली या चेन्नई या कोलकाता, पूना हो या विशाखापट्टनम, हर बड़े शहर के आसपास कचरे के दैत्याकार पहाड़ उग चुके हैं। ये वही कूड़ा कचरा है जो हमारे घरों से हर रोज छोटी छोटी मात्रा में निकलता है और जिसे हम लापरवाही से कहीं भी फेंक देते हैं। शहरी विकास मंत्रालय के अनुसार देश के शहरों में जो कचरा हर रोज पैदा हो रहा है उसकी मात्रा है 1,60,000 मीट्रिक टन, यानी कि 16 करोड़ किलो कचरा हर रोज। इस कचरे में तरह तरह का सामान होता है। फलों सब्जियों के छिलके, बासी खाना, टूटा हुआ कांच, कागज, प्लास्टिक, इंजेक्शंस और सुइयां, पुरानी या खराब हो चुकी दवाइयां, केमिकल्स, रबर का सामान, बैटरीज और न जाने क्या क्या। हमारे शहरों की म्युनिसिपैलिटियां इस कचरे को उठाकर ऐसी जगहों पर ले जाकर पटक देती हैं जिन्हें लैंडफिल साइट्स या डंपिंग ग्राउंड कहा जाता है। ये डंपिंग ग्राउंड कभी शहर के भीतर ही होते हैं और कभी शहर से जुड़े ग्रामीण इलाकों में। देश में इस वक्त हजारों एकड़ जमीन पर ये डंपिंग ग्राउंड्स फैले हुए हैं, जहां बढ़ते बढ़ते ये कचरे के पहाड़ 80 से 100 फुट ऊंचे हो चुके हैं। पर नई जगह की कमी के चलते म्युनिसिपैलिटियां इनकी ऊंचाई और बढ़ाना चाहती हैं। हालत यहां तक पहुंच चुकी है कि इनकी ऊंचाई बढ़ाने से पहले एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी की अनुमति भी लेनी पड़ रही है। जिन इलाकों में ये काम हो रहा है वहां के लोगों के जीवन और पर्यावरण पर भी बुरा असर पड़ रहा है। इस कचरे से जहां एक ओर ऐसी जहरीली गैसेस निकल रही हैं जिससे ये आग पकड़ लेता है, वहीं दूसरी ओर इस कचरे के सड़ने गलने से एक जहरीला पानी भी निकल रहा है जिसे लीचट कहा जाता है, जो आसपास के इलाकों में जमीनी पानी और खेती को बर्बाद कर रहा है। इसका असर उन इलाकों को तो बुरी तरह प्रभावित कर ही रहा है जहां ये तबाही मचाई जा रही है, पर साथ ही साथ ये अन्न, पानी और हवा के जरिए धीरे धीरे शहरों तक वापस आ रहा है।
If you want to destroy all the rural areas, just you will die. First we will die, next we will die.
So, firstly, my apologies for the technical hitch here. And I hope you were able to go through the video. Were you able to go through the video, Dr. Renu?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah.
And it's excellent video, ma'am. It's excellent, excellent.
Yeah,
video.
why I wanted to show this is that it gives a practical view of every city we are living in. In Delhi itself, we all know we have three such landfills. Every city, whether small or big, we are surrounded by these landfills, and these are the living example of how our life is today. And we as very intelligent species of this world are living in a very linear kind of system in which we have consumption and we have disposal. And we keep all these waste, what we call this waste, into one corner of the city, thinking that, you know, it will just disappear. But it isn't so. We can see in the video that this nature, in this planet, in this blue planet, everything is circular. So the planet itself has put our line into a circle, in the sense that all that we are throwing is coming back to us, to our plates, in the form of toxins, in the form of polluted air. So it is all coming back to us. It is affecting each and every citizen. But the problem here is among us, as my previous speaker also mentioned, because every citizen is involved, and we need a social behavior change also. Every organization is involved, because during COVID time, we have seen that, you know, the organizations cannot be aloof. The profits, which are the single baseline for the organizations, they all depend on environment now. So all the organizations itself, whether they are profitable or not, they have to get aligned with sustainable development goals and sustainability. So I feel this is a very good platform where all the faculties who will be training our future managers, future decision makers, we will train them so that they, wherever they are sitting, in any industry they are sitting, whether it is electronic, IT, manufacturing, you will be training these citizens or the managers or the future decision makers to know that how they have to bring sustainability in their organizations, which we feel it is happening, but we still lack awareness among the managers. When we go to the corporates, we feel they still have, it's most of the time it is more namesake kind of work, as also is seen in city level also, any levels also. So this is one problem. This is one challenge we are facing. And it is actually double-faced challenge in the sense, one, we are having waste. On the other side, we are having a great problem in the sense of resource depletion. And as said that by 1990, by 2050, another few years, if we don't change things, we will need 3 planets. It is well known. But frankly, if I discuss with you the way things are going, as I think my previous speaker also mentioned, that 2020 to 2030 is the time. It is the game changer time. This is where if we can turn around the things, we can make our planet what it should be. We can save biodiversity. By the way, today is World Biodiversity Day. So I think it's a very good day to start the FDP and such FDP. And I request all the faculties that still there is a lot of gap in whatever the problem areas are there, where the R&D is required, and the kind of research which is happening in the academia. There is a gap. Nalas, cities are still facing problems in bioremediation of nalas. There are open nalas, and the projects are being led, but they are not efficient. Biomethanization plants, they are not efficient. Energy, we talk about solar plants, we still don't know what to do with the solar batteries, how to dispose them efficiently. So every system, when I look at it, needs more technical, inputs from researchers, from academia. When we talk about, single-use plastics, we are still not able to find the financial, sustainable, financially viable alternates to that. So not only our research should stop at the alternates, but it should be also financially viable, because market or the society will not adopt it if it is not financially viable. It will just remain a you can say a non-applied kind of thing, as was mentioned. So coming back to, can I share back my PPT now?
Yes, ma'am.
Just few slides. Do I have to share it?
Yes, ma'am. You have to share your screen again, but this time the PPT.
Okay. So I think sharing here is a issue. Just
Yes, ma'am. Please take your time.
okay. Can you see the slides now? Can you see the slides now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so as I discussed with you that we have a single line approach, which does not support our environmental sustainability and resources. And this is how the nature has converted itself into a circular thing. All the waste which we are throwing in the morning is coming back to our plates. And as I mentioned, the problem is two-sided. One is the waste quantum, which is coming up, which is becoming more and more prominent, taking up our lands. And here is another crunch, which is global resource crunch. And this all problem is because of the urbanization, because we are using disposable products, because our energy systems, which we are generating, which is a main cause of carbon footprint also, it is inefficient. Our technological gap is there in the whole system, where we are doing the production and where we are launching our new products. So what we need is a rethinking. As was earlier mentioned, we need to decouple our resource exploitation with when we have a zero waste system, you can see in the second picture on the right side, even the resources will reduce and the disposal will reduce if we'll try to make it as aligned with the nature as it is possible. Now, you may think it is very difficult. You may think, looking at all the big cities, that this is not possible. But I want to share in the end this one small video, which will show you that how holistically, when detailed planning is done, when you have financial, budgets aligned, when you have the research, when you have the social behavior, the whole holistic approach, when it is given to a project, how it can become successful. So this is how a small town in Ambikapur, which is which is Chhattisgarh, there is one town called Ambikapur, and this has completely overdone any of the major cities, and it has been ranked #1 in its category in most of the surveys. So in the end, would like to share this model with you, and will request that we think of
स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन। ये स्वच्छ भारत मिशन और राष्ट्रीय शहरी आजीविका मिशन के बीच एक स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन। ये स्वच्छ भारत मिशन
Manju ma'am.
I think she's trying again for playing the video. Technologies कुछ नहीं कह सकते।
प्रचार प्रसार एवं सभी स्कूल में गीत संगीत। स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन। ये स्वच्छ भारत मिशन और राष्ट्रीय शहरी आजीविका मिशन के बीच एक अभिनव अभिसरण है। अंबिकापुर की जनसंख्या 1,32,000 है, जो 40 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में फैला हुआ है। यहाँ प्रतिदिन 45 मीट्रिक टन ठोस कचरे को 100% सेग्रीगेट किया जा रहा है। पहले इस कचरे का निपटान करने के लिए प्रति वर्ष लगभग 1,23,00,000 खर्च किया जाता था। आज स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन के द्वारा इस खर्च को लगभग 73% बचत किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ साथ 410 स्वयं सहायता समूह महिलाएं प्रति वर्ष 60,000 रुपए कमा रहे हैं, और ये कार्य संभव हो सका जिला प्रशासन नगर निगम के अथक प्रयास एवं सभी नागरिकों के सहयोग के द्वारा। अभियान संबंधित जागरूकता के लिए घर घर जाकर प्रचार प्रसार एवं सभी स्कूल में गीत संगीत और नाटक के माध्यम से SLRM का महत्व समझाया गया। आज 27,000 घरों और 3200 दुकानों से लाल एवं हरे डब्बों में अलग किया हुआ गीला एवं सूखा कचरा दिन में 2 बार डोर टू डोर एकत्र किया जा रहा है। ये कार्य प्रतिदिन 410 हरित सेना की महिलाओं के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। वर्तमान में 100 मैनुअल रिक्शा एवं 34 ई रिक्शा द्वारा 45 मीट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन संग्रहण हो रहा है। इस संग्रहित कचरे को 18 SLRM केंद्रों में सेग्रीगेशन के लिए लाया जा रहा है। यहाँ गीला कचरा 17 प्रकार में एवं सूखा कचरा 20 प्रकार में विभाजित किया जा रहा है। हरित सेना के साथ लाइव स्टॉक पार्टनर्स के रूप में गाय, बतख, मुर्गी एवं मछली भी कार्य कर रही है। इसके साथ खाद बनाकर केंद्र के आसपास की खाली भूमि पर हरी सब्जियों का उत्पादन किया जा रहा है। सूखा कचरा पहले 20 प्रकार में विभाजित किया जाता है। इसके पश्चात इसमें 156 प्रकार में टर्शरी सेग्रीगेशन किया जा रहा है। इनको बेचकर प्रति माह 1 लाख रुपए से 3 लाख रुपए तक आमदनी की जा रही है। इसके अलावा यूजर चार्ज कलेक्शन के रूप में प्रति माह लगभग 7 लाख रुपए तक आमदनी की जा रही है, जिसमें प्रति घर 50 रुपए तथा प्रति दुकान 100 रुपए लिया जा रहा है। सभी SLRM केंद्र में जानकारी इकट्ठा करने के लिए CCTV, सिक्योरिटी अलार्म, RF कनेक्टिविटी जैसे तकनीक का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है। इसके पूर्व ठोस अवशिष्ट प्रबंधन में केवल व्यय ही किया जाता था, आय शून्य हुआ करती थी, जो आज बदलकर एक व्यवसायिक मॉडल के रूप में उभर कर आया है। इस परियोजना के बारे में दूरदर्शन और हिस्ट्री चैनल में विशेष रूप से प्रदर्शित किया गया था। धीरे धीरे अधिक से अधिक लोग घर पर कचरे को अलग करने के लिए शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। इस योजना के पहले नगर के कचरे को 16 एकड़ डंपिंग यार्ड में फेंके जाने से एक कचरे का पहाड़ बन गया था। फिर अंबिकापुर जिला प्रशासन के द्वारा इस कचरे के पहाड़ का निपटान कर मात्र 6 माह के समय में और बहुत ही कम लागत में वैज्ञानिक तरीके से आज एक बहुत ही सुंदर स्वच्छता पार्क का निर्माण किया गया है। ये मुख्य रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार से 3.5 करोड़ रुपए की वित्तीय सहायता के कारण संभव हुआ था। इस पार्क में एक बहुत बड़ा टर्शरी सेग्रीगेशन सेंटर है। इसमें 156 प्रकार से विभाजित किए गए कचरे को प्रदर्शित किया गया है। जिस जगह के पास से भी लोग पहले नाक बंद कर निकलते थे, आज उसी जगह पर अपने परिवार के साथ घूमने आते हैं। जहां पहले मक्खियां और कीड़ों का अंबार रहता था, वहां सुंदर फूल, पौधे और पक्षी नजर आते हैं। अब राज्य शासन द्वारा मिशन क्लीन सिटी योजना प्रारंभ की गई है। इस मिशन में 165 शहर शामिल किए गए हैं। इस मॉडल में 9,200 महिलाओं को रोजगार प्राप्त होगा। इस योजना में महिलाएं अपना इकट्ठा किया हुआ रिसाइक्लेबल कचरा स्वयं विक्रय करेंगी। इसके अलावा उन्हें नगरीय निकाय से मानदेय भी प्राप्त होगा, जिनसे उन्हें 8 से 10 हजार रुपए महीने में आय प्राप्त होगी। योजना में 45 लाख घरों से प्रतिदिन 1400 टन कचरा लिया जाएगा। अभी तक सभी 165 शहरों ने रूट प्लान और टाइम टेबल बना लिए हैं। 6,500 महिलाएं इस कार्य हेतु तैयार हैं और लगभग 170 कंपोस्ट शेड का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसके अलावा बड़े शहरों में बायोमिथेनाइजेशन प्लांट का निर्माण किया जाना प्रस्तावित है। इसके साथ साथ नागरिकों को 17 लाख डस्टबिन बांटे जाएंगे। 2,600 विमेन फ्रेंडली डिजाइन वाले रिक्शों के लिए प्रदाय आदेश दिया गया है। लोगों के व्यवहार परिवर्तन हेतु हिंदी और छत्तीसगढ़ी में IEC कैंपेन शीघ्र प्रारंभ किया जाएगा। वेस्ट को वेल्थ में बदलने वाले इस मॉडल को शुरू करने के लिए 222 करोड़ रुपयों की राशि राज्य शासन द्वारा निकायों को दी गई है, जिससे शहरों में स्वच्छता के वातावरण में व्यापक सुधार दिखाई देने लगा है।
So, thank you for the patient hearing and seeing the video. This video, why I wanted to share, this is a holistic project. You can see a detailed planning. You can see the use of technology. You can see involvement of the citizens. You can see a lot of awareness happening, financial viability, replicability. So this is what an ideal project should have in a real world. And I feel this is how the success will happen only when we have complete detailed planning and technology along with us. So with that, I think I will stop here. It is an endless topic, and I'm sure you will cover under solid waste management completely what are the various issues related to it. Thank you so much. Again, my apologies for little delays or hitches in the technological issues. But I'm happy that I've been able to share a little bit with you today and with all the participants All the best to complete department participants. And I hope that we will see a little more viable, more, sight line, more applied projects from these technical colleges, including MET, from where the faculties are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manju ma'am, really for the excellent presentation and video you have shared in this team. And there are some students have in fact sent you some questions. If you have time, then please go through in the chat box. There's some question from PhD scholar in chat box, ma'am.
Okay. She's written, it's Richa, she's written that I would like to ask this Ambika mission link to educate kids near my surrounding. Also, what all issues are there with Ghazipur and Okhla landfill areas that this is not being implemented there? What all are the weak points there, ma'am? In case you can put some light into that. Thank you so much for the question. Briefly, I will reply to this. As I mentioned before showing the video, there are a lot of, this is a small town. One, the scalability. Delhi is a big capital. These Okhla and Ghazipur landfill, by the way, they were supposed to be closed because of their excessive height, but still the municipalities are not able to find another place to replace, this huge, humongous amount of waste which is being generated in NCR area, more than 10,000 tons per day. It is not a joke. And the basic issues, I will say, starts from our house. We are not doing segregation. You can see that Ambikapur citizens have been made aware that they will do the segregation. And I'm sure all the speakers will agree with that waste becomes a resource only when it is segregated. It becomes a secondary resource. And the problem here is, whatever we keep saying, segregation is still very low, especially in the areas we are talking about. And once you mix all the waste, it is very difficult to segregate it efficiently. It is something like if you've gone to a kitchen and you are told that all your groceries you will put in one box and you can make your food out of that. Is it possible? You will not be able to make even a single cup of tea. We are doing this to municipalities. We are telling them that we will mix everything, you segregate, you recycle, you do whatever you want to do, we have paid the tax. But it is not possible to segregate these various, components which can be used as a resource. Like paper, if it is mixed with wet waste or food waste, it becomes wet, it becomes useless. Our waste pickers will not segregate it. It will go to the landfill. Instead, if you keep it away, it will be useful for the waste picker because he can sell it for 10 rupees a kg or a cardboard. So the point is that if we don't segregate, municipalities cannot do it. Second is, we do have our budgets. Most of the budget, 60% of the budget of the municipality is being spent on just collection and dumping it. They're not left with any, much money for treatment. Then you can see everywhere intent also has to be there. You have to have such kind of leadership under which, such, huge planning you can see can be done. This is a project you can see that resources are livelihood to people. So the problems here are basically starting points, leadership, segregation, how the problem will be handled, how the budgets are there. The budgets are also constrained. So everything, including right now we see we are not ready to reduce our waste generation. That is another problem. As we said, lifestyle changes we are not ready to adopt. I will request MET now today on this platform. Can you stop using disposable pens in your college? I've done a lot of research with different colleges. Every student in the college uses 4 to 5 disposable pens, and they go to landfills because they are not recyclable. Now, in our days, we used to use refill, pencils or ink pens. Are we able to do it? If you calculate per student 4 to 5 pens in a month, you can calculate how many lakhs of pens are being produced in or disposed in every college, and how many colleges we have in complete country. So the problem lies here. We can't shift our responsibility to completely to municipalities. We have to start on the platforms how we can do it. And as Dr. Jindal also said, a small thing, a bottle or a bag, can we say no to these things? That is the point. Can you say no to these things? Can your college stop selling they say that no stationery shop in the college will sell a disposable pen? Is it? And it is numbers. Let me tell you, it will have a huge impact. So the question today is that what are we going to do? It's a great question. I'm very passionate about these things. So I hope I have given you some insight on what are the problems. Segregation is a big bottleneck. And of course, our lifestyles. Again, budgets. That is again an issue. And of course, how to handle the complete project under a leadership. That is also an issue. So I think I have given whatever I wanted to share under this issue.
Thank you, Manju ma'am. Really, thanks a lot because you have shared this model. No doubt, this model shared the experience of how as you said, that we simply mix the waste and dump into the dumping area. But segregation takes a lot of time, money, and time. So it is best that we can opt some sustainable lifestyle where we can do the segregation at the source means from the home, where we separate into the dry waste and into the wet waste. If this awareness comes in front of all the youth generation through this platform, means like conference, webinar, and FDP, then we can conclude that we are successful to create the awareness of how we can opt the sustainable lifestyle. And this year for the Environment Day, as suggested by our Honorable Prime Minister, that Mission Life. In Mission Life, this waste management is one of the major component and which comes under SDG 12. And so it's very important right now to opt all the sustainable lifestyle. Only then we are able to achieve the 17th SDG goals in 2030. So really, I'm very thankful and thanks from all the Amity University and from all the faculty members that you have shared the excellent videos. And there are no doubt the number of questions and there's no end for this topic waste management. So it's our pleasure to hear you on this platform. And next time, we will invite you in the offline mode so that the number of students get benefited from your knowledge. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful talk. Even one of our students is also pointing this out, that the shopkeepers try to earn money more out of it, which is why the refill for that sustainable pen is not available in the market, in the shops. So yeah, that's also a problem. We have to realize that this is our planet, this is our country. We have to save it. We just can't think about making profit all the time. So one of the important profit is the environment.
Dr. J, I want to share one thing, ma'am. In our university, we are opting all these sustainable management strategies. We are not in our university, no plastic. There's no plastic bottle, there's no plastic stuffs. But yes, this plastic pens. So now we will give the concentration on this topic, that how we can reduce this waste from our university. In our university, we are not using the plastic bottles. And there's no plastic bags. There are only
these are hidden terrorists. So like I said, when I go to college, I ask and do calculate. I will suggest one of the students or something, do calculate how many pens are being generated a year by your college. I mean, nothing wrong. It is, I have done this in Bangalore and you can understand how many technical colleges are there. It is everywhere. These are hidden things which we need to give
Thank you that you pointed this out. We are going to address this.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me a chance to share with you this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Following this, we are almost approached the end of this session. Now I would like to request our faculty, Dr. Maya, ma'am, from our domain, to please give the vote of thanks for this session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juhi. It is a privilege and a great joy for me to extend formal vote of thanks on the behalf of Amity Academic Staff College and Natural Resources and Environmental Science domain on the inaugural session of 5 days online faculty development program on building a sustainable future with green technology, innovations, opportunities, and challenges. We are truly honored to have the privilege of hosting such a distinguished gathering of renowned personalities, experts, and scholars in their respective fields. At the outset, I, on behalf of Natural Resources and Environmental Science domain, would like to convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan sir, and Chancellor Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, for their continuous guidance and encouragement. It is their vision and leadership that has placed Amity University among the top universities in the world. We extend our sincere appreciation to Dr. Amrina Sardar Khan, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, for delivering warm welcome note, and Dr. Renu Dhupar, Joint Coordinator, Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, for providing us with insightful introduction to faculty development program. Your words have set the tone for the event today, ma'am. We are grateful for your valuable contribution. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. S.P. Singh sir, Domain Head, Natural Resources and Environmental Science, and Director, ASNRSD and AIJRS, for delivering the opening remark. Your words has inspired all of us, sir, and provided a meaningful context for the discussion. Your expertise and guidance have been invaluable, and we are thankful for your presence here today. Our heartfelt thanks goes to Professor Tanu Jindal, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Research and Development of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for sharing your valuable insight with us. Your address has shed light on the importance of research and development in our academic institutions, and we are truly grateful for your enlightening speech today. We would like to express our sincere appreciation and thanks to Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay sir, Chief Advisor, FBO, Chairman of Amity Law School and mentor of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, for your enlightening address. So your expertise in the field has brought a unique perspective to our discussion, and we are truly grateful for your valuable contribution. Our heartfelt thanks goes to Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh in absentia, for her visionary leadership and commitment to academic excellence. She has been guiding and motivating force for all of us. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Brijesh Kumar Yadav, Head of Department of Hydrology, IIT Roorkee, for joining us as esteemed guest of honor. Your presence and knowledge you shared have enriched our understanding to the subject matter, and we are truly thankful for your contribution today. Our heartfelt thanks goes to Mr. Salendra Singh, sir, Founder and CEO of Sustain Mantra, for gracing us with your presence and sharing your valuable insight. Your expertise in sustainability has provided us with valuable perspective and solutions. We are grateful for your meaningful contributions, sir, today. Finally, we extend our deepest gratitude to Ms. Manju Minas ma'am, founder of Sifar Jaya and Swachh Bharat Mission Consultant, for being our esteemed guest of honor. Your dedication to Swachh Bharat Mission and your contribution towards cleaner and greener India is truly commendable. We are grateful for your presence and knowledge you shared with us today, ma'am. We would like to thank the participants for their active engagement and valuable contribution in the inaugural session. Your presence has made this gathering all the more enriching and memorable. Last but not the least, we would like to acknowledge the effort of all the organization and support staff who have been worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure smooth execution of this event. Your dedication and hard work is truly commendable. I sincerely thank Dr. Sagina Huda ma'am, Assistant Registrar, Amity Academic Staff College, for her constant support and for assisting the conduct of FDP. Above and beyond, I especially thank the people who have been the backbone of this function, the IT team of Amity University. We are thankful to them for their contribution and support for successfully conducting this FDP. Thank you one and all. Over to you, Dr. Juhi.
Thank you, Dr. Maya, for giving the vote of thanks. Thank you. Over to Dr. Juhi Gupta.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for closing this particular session. I would like to inform all of you that we are done for the inaugural session for this particular time, and this is our lunch break. We will continue with our afternoon session, the first plenary session at 2:30 p.m. So this is a lunch break. Have your lunches and please join us again at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shalindra sir. Thank you, Vijay sir, for giving your excellent presentation and share your knowledge with our students. And it's a pleasure to listen you in this platform. Thank you, Shalindra sir.
Thank you very much.
But,
And all the
but it's
best
my
for your...
but it's my promise. Next time we will meet in the offline mode.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Really, Shalendra ji, it was very nice to hear you.
Yeah, likewise, sir. Likewise. Thank you so much. And I wish it was offline FDP. It would have been so nice to meet you all in
We are
person.
planning to do it. We are planning to do it.
Perfect. Thank you and best wishes for the FDP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mentor sir, for giving your time and we are real pleasure to listen to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, our next session will start at 2:30, and in our first session, a very not speakers will come and increase this program.
Dr. Renu, you may have a group picture also. We are waiting for the group picture at the end of this program.
So sorry, sir. Today, forget. Sorry, Vijay sir. I'm so sorry, sir. So I request all the participants and our speakers and guests of honors to please turn on your camera so that we can take the group photograph.
Please switch on your cameras. We'll have a good picture together.
SP Singh sir, Manju ma'am, Shalindra sir. I think Manju ma'am is there.
I think she left.
So request all the faculty member, please turn on your camera. Randeep sir, Sujit sir. Vijay sir.
मैं तो on हूँ.
No sir, मैं आपको sorry बोल रही हूँ. This time again
no,
we
it's
conduct
fine,
in
it's
the
fine.
no online mode, but next time sir we will conduct in the offline mode.
No, it's better actually. Yesterday I was in Delhi and coming back to Delhi again, it was going to make the things more hectic. So it's fine, I think.
SP Singh sir, Tanu ma'am, please turn on your camera. I request my team member to please take the group photograph. Mr. Naresh, please take the group photograph.
Online photograph?
Yes, sir, online photograph. Sir, मैं तो भूल गई थी. Vijay sir ने मुझे याद दिलाया. This is a virtual group photograph, sir.
But I'm telling you, there is a lot of advantage of being online because both the sides convenient to get more resource persons.
Yes.
And at the same time, participants also would like to have online because everybody is busy something or the other. So that is also in their benefit. Of course, physical input is more, but online is preferably good for both the sides. Still, I can say.
I also agree.
Some particular is required.
Yeah, I also agree. In fact, we can gather all the, different parts of the world also, like from Finland, from Korea, speakers are there. So it has its own advantages and disadvantages.
Disadvantages are also there, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Dr. Amrina, Dr. Maya, please turn on your camera. Randeep sir. I request all the faculty members, please turn on your camera. Dr. G, please check the availability of the Shalindra sir and Manju ma'am. Dr. Juhi?
Yes, ma'am. 8 people are on camera right now. I think some of them left just because we announced that this is lunch break.
It's okay, no issue. So Dr. Harita, please take the group photograph. I think Harita can take the group photograph.
Yeah. My mom, I'm also taking one in the grid view. So I also took. Okay. Everyone smile. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bridget sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Now we will meet again at 2:30 for the first session of this 5-day faculty development program. Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing team, welcome you all to the first plenary session of the 5-day faculty development program on building a sustainable future with green technology, innovation, opportunities, and challenges, organized by MIT Academic Staff College in association with Natural Resource and Environmental Sciences domain. The first plenary session is being hosted by MIT Institute of Environmental Sciences, MIT University, and the theme for the session is Green Tech Revolution, Pathways to Sustainability and Innovation. And today we are graced by eminent speakers like Professor VP Sharma from CSIR IITR Lucknow, Professor Chirashri Ghosh from University of Delhi, Professor C.S. Devera sir from MIT University Haryana. So green or eco technology includes sustainable or environmental technology, and it covers continuously evolving groups of methods, practices, and materials, from techniques for generating energy to non-toxic cleaning products. It considers the long and short-term impact of something on the environment, and green technology are those related to the production of goods and services with lower carbon footprint. Also, green technology is environmentally friendly by definition, since it encompasses energy efficiency, health and safety concerns, recycling, renewable resources, and many other things. Today, increasing energy consumption, depletion of natural resources, greenhouse gases, carbon emission, ecological deficit, economic growth, and industrialization, and their pressure on the environment have motivated emerging economies to promote green technology for sustainability. And in today's session, we are going to explore this innovative technology. So without further ado, it's a great pleasure for us to welcome our first speaker, Professor VP Sharma, Professor and Head, CSIR IITR Lucknow. Professor Sharma is serving as Senior Principal Scientist, Head, Quality Assurance, and Professor Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research at CSIR IITR Lucknow. He is a Fellow of Academy of Environmental Biology, India, and a member of other prestigious national and international societies of repute. His area of expertise is regulatory toxicology. Since 1987, he is a CSIR IITR. He is at CSIR IITR and has significantly contributed in significant areas like polymer toxicology, water quality monitoring and management, quality management system assurance, and more. Sir, he has contributed as expert member for finalization of Indian pharmacopoeia guidelines for primary packaging of PET plastic, and was also a technical advisory committee, was also member of technical advisory committee constituted under the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act. He has 2 patents to his credit. He is a recipient of several awards and distinctions. He is a member of more than 23 academic societies. He is a resource person for universities. He has written many book papers and published more than 90 papers. Today it's our pleasure. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. But before we move ahead, as a part of MIT University tradition, we would like to felicitate you with a virtual Tulsi sapling as a symbol of love, respect, and gratitude. Sir, I request you to kindly accept this Tulsi sapling, which is being presented by Dr. Ambrina Sardar Khan. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you. Over to you, sir. Sharma sir.
Sharma sir.
So you're not audible to us, although I can see your mic is on and camera is also on, but we are not able to see you and we are not able to hear you also.
Sharma sir. I think Dr. Anamika, he is facing some net issues.
Yes,
this is the major drawback for the online events.
Very true, ma'am.
Sharma sir.
I request the organizing team to please contact sir. Dr. Ju. I'll try to have.
Dr. Ji, please contact to Sharma sir so that we come to know about the reason why he's not able to.
Yes, sir has joined
his presentation.
इधर से परमिशन नहीं थी, स्टार्ट वीडियो और म्यूट नहीं हो रहा था।
Okay, okay.
Welcome, sir. Over to you, please. We are looking forward to your talk. Thank you for joining.
In fact, Dr. Anamika, all of us, all the faculty members, all the students, and all the research scholars are eagerly waiting for the lectures delivered by sir. So, because our students are every time very excited to know the recent advancement in this field from the VP Sharma sir, and we conduct this first online FDP in 2021. From 2021 to till date, every time we are here, we are excited to know, to come to know about the latest advancement in this field, and really it's a pleasure to listen from your end, sir. Really, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to each one of you, and thank you for the kind words, Renu. Especially with Amity University, I can say the CSIR as well as the institute at Lucknow, we are closely connected, whether it is NBRI, CDRI or IITR. During the different review meetings also, it is a pleasure to state that we have been highlighting that the bonding or the strength between the Amity or the CSIR is strengthening day by day, and we look forward for more and more collaborations. And I would be very frank to say that we look forward the good scientists to come up from Amity University and outshine at CSIR. Moreover, we have taken up few more programs like Jigyasa and others, so you can take the advantage of this at the various platforms. Most of the activities we are organizing in close coordination with you. Today, this is a special day in the way that it is an International Biodiversity Day. I feel it was very appropriate for you all to have this program focused on with building a sustainable future with green technology, innovations, opportunities, and challenges. When this program is in coordination with natural resources and environmental science domain, it gathers more strength towards it. I feel that it is not only the students of MIT, but there might be some more other participants from the other universities. I would like to know from Renu ji that from which other places we have the students in this platform today. Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have not student faculty members and research scholars from all over India, sir, from Amity University Lucknow, from Amity University Manesar, from Jaipur, and there are some more students. So here is a mixture of not students, but faculty members and research scholars, sir.
For today's point of view, I intentionally said student because I know that it is a FDP program, but when we are at a particular platform to learn something, we can say there is a teacher-student relationship. So that was the basic way. And now coming to directly to the topic, I would like to share my screen and go ahead. So the slide is in the full mode. It is visible to you all.
Sir, it's visible, but it's not on the slideshow mode as of now.
Now you can
Now
find
it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. So taking the new aspect today that how we can involve the quality management system and sustainability, I would like to say that the two approaches in the laboratories are normally there. One is of OECD, which we say GLP, good laboratory practices. And another is ISO 17025, which again links for the betterment at the laboratory level, whether it is a biotechnological lab, physics lab, chemistry lab, or any other laboratory. The aspect of sustainability, you find the two pictures on left and right, that what is needed and how it can happen. The left picture is from Sikkim, where some of you might have already visited in one part of the life or other, or I wish that you may visit Sikkim or Andaman Nicobar and have a view of this type of places. if I see to the what will happen and what can happen and what had happened in the last few years because of the over extraction and some unjustified practices of the human being, we are finding there is an acute shortage of water, especially the potable water. The greenery aspects and other things are being taking a different shape. Recently, we are coming ahead towards the World Environment Day, which falls on 5th of June, and we find how due to over extraction of water, the water level has gone down and down. Even in Lucknow, which at the places where it was about 100-meter down, it has now 100 feet. Instead of 100 feet, it is about 150 or 175. And if I focus on what are the aspects on it, the QMS refers to the different points. It starts from the aspect of customer leadership, the different empowerment at the different stages, the process and facilities system. And if I try to understand or make you understand what are the three pillars of sustainability, it is economic viability, environmental protection, and social equity. This total process is interlinked. And if I wish to understand biodiversity in the real form, it is the natural world around us and the variety of all the different type of flora and fauna, if we can say plant or animals, insects, and microorganisms that live on the planet, we are interrelated. Now, which are the few points where our special emphasis is needed in the 17 SDG goals? There can be issues of water, food, education, but it is very, very important in the post-COVID situation, understanding the COVID situation in last few years, that the hygiene, sanitation, the clean water, food supply in a rightful manner, and also taking up the climatic actions. During the COVID situation, there was one good thing we were able to see from the various places, the mountains and other things in a very, very good condition, but we can't sustain that type of life or that type of understanding in all the years to come, because there is a need of good economy, transportation, movement for the job, and taking up other action. So if I see to the balancing of the two aspects, how we can have the different activities at the same time keep our environment or natural resources in a rightful condition. So we have to understand that we don't pollute the rivers, we don't over extract, and we should think for the life which is on the earth and in the water or other matrices, I can say. So the environment, economy, and equity, these are interlinked. When we come to the aspect of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or understand what is good laboratory practices in the common terms, we should know that the good laboratory is just not the name. It needs lot of exercises, not lot of guidelines, and these guidelines have to be implemented. The main basic point which comes is policy planning and implementation. If we can bridge the gap between the two, we will be able to have the following or the compliance to the monitoring procedures. We can facilitate cooperation between the countries and other members, and we can have the mutual acceptance of data once it is created in a good facility. It may be universities like MIT or in other universities of the country. For example, we just say that for BHU, Allahabad University, Aligarh Muslim University, or there are several other universities which have come up. It is not only the NAC A plus, A double plus. Similarly, in the laboratory, it is not just important to have the limited manpower or just few chemicals and drugs and or some glasswares to upkeep with the lab. We should understand that lab involves the resources, the personnel, the competency building, and also the safety measures towards environment and other factors. We are very happy when we see a wonderful lab in amidst us. But what is a lab and how it should look upon? क्या केवल उसमें अच्छे से ड्रॉर्स हैं, बेंचेस हैं, टेबल है, कुछ ग्लासवेयर्स लगे हुए हैं तो अच्छी हो जाएगी? नहीं, because of the different aspects of compliance need or accreditation requirement and the knowledge in last about 2 decades, more than 2 decades, because CSIR IITR has the NABL since 2000 and GLP since 2014. Fortunately, because I was given a chance to maintain and to have the quality assurance, therefore, with confidence, I can share with you that it is needed that there should be the willingness, the legal identity of the laboratory or the organization. Moreover, there should be a continuous step towards the critical points, which I will discuss in the slides, which are coming at one stage or the another. But the basic information, is this document available? Yes, the documents are available freely to you and freely for everyone for who is interested to set a good laboratory. The OECD guidelines and the 3 books, one is for trainee, for trainer, for evaluation. We have a red, blue, and green book, and this is readily available. Similarly, for conducting the acute, subacute, ecotoxicological studies, inhalation or studies, we have the OECD guidelines. For example, I can say the numbers are OECD 402, 407, 408. Just you put this number, OECD 407 or 408, you find the detailed title and what is needed, what is the principle, how we can do it, and what can be the object or how the actions taken out. Similarly, ISO IEC 17025, the latest version is called 2017. You may say that in 2023, I am saying 2017 is the latest version of ISO. Yes, because these are updated not every 5 years. The first ISO 17025 came in 1999. Then the second was in 2005. Third one, the latest one is in 2017. So it involves the various aspects. They are called as the resource requirement, the technical or management requirements, and the other interrelated. To point out few of the salient ones, I would say that there is a need of regular internal audits, corrective actions, risk and opportunities have to be thought of. We have to have the calibration of equipment, impartiality and confidentiality of the data should be maintained, and confidentiality and integrity of the sponsor who is giving the work to you. For example, if we have a laboratory which is complying to ISO 17025, we may be getting the samples from all over the world or all over from different parts of the country. And it is not limited that we have only the CSIR labs or others can have the NABL accredited. There can be many of the labs which can be established. Similarly, there is the need of a good laboratory practices or GLP laboratories. Then another is GMP, which is mainly towards the good manufacturing practices, the units where the manufacturing activities are conducted. As you find here, the FSSI, even for food sector, we need good laboratories to understand the microbiological content, are they microbiological safe, and thus in the present scenario, we are packing the lot of materials in the different type of packaging situations. So we need to have the integrity of that. So in brief, or to understand, we can say that QMS is an integrative element uniting diverse aspects of a company into a unified purpose of delivering products, services in their best form. When we think about the climate change and others, we need to have again the aspect which is very important. In the aspect of SDG, as you find here, there is an aspect related to the 17 different goals in which they may be interrelated or they may be totally outside. But if I see to the one-to-one situations about the transport, the different type of movement of vehicles and others, we understand very well that it is a necessity on one side, but on the other side, these are the things which becomes a problem to us. So the food safety is a critical aspect. And what does this food safety mean? And is the risk potential or decision tree is important on it? Yes. The food safety risk assessment should be based on sound data and includes the steps or processes which may be interlinked, and it can depend on the data, the calibration, the equipment, the competency of the workers, and so forth. So the risk assessment and risk management go hand to hand. Similarly, as we see the climate change or in biodiversity losses. If I have to understand the green principles of green chemistry and green economy, again, we have to focus on the quality and what can be there so that the climate change is there, but the adverse implications may be minimized. I am not saying totally absent, but it can be minimized. The good principles, a GLP, when I was referring, I want to say, first of all, what is your test system? Whether the reference material is there, the study plan has been made, who is the sponsor, whether the information of the chemical substances, which we call through the MSDS sheet, that is master safety data sheet, and test information sheet are very important. Are the standard operating procedures in place, whether it is NABL or in GLP or in GMP, we need the SOPs. The facilities, the performance of the study should be in compliance to the requirements. The study should be monitored from the beginning till the end. The storage and retention of the records in the archive is a must. The testing facility should have the strong base of the personals, and they should be able to perform the task which is given to them in a rightful manner. So the product, the industrial chemicals, pharma, the feed additives, this becomes important. When we say about any of the fields in the coming era, like computational toxicology, predictive toxicology, or others, we can simply say that it is a multidisciplinary field, and the dose-effect relationship varies in terms of efficacy, potency, determinants, the depending also on the duration of exposure, route, species, and so forth. And when I say about the experimentation, we have to understand at what dose the experiment was done. Or when you are doing for biotechnological studies, we have to understand what microbe you are studying, and you have the reference material or the CRM for that. Fortunately, in country like India, we have the corporate social responsibility, and we are also taking sustainability responsibilities at the various platforms. These platforms are not limited in the simple institutions, but there can be hub, there can be centers, there can be a great setup which may be in IIT to CSR or in the private organizations. We have to understand what is the risk benefit and how we can manage. There is an important role of communication also. If there is a good communication between the sponsor to the laboratory or from the laboratory to the personals and vice versa, ultimately to the stakeholders, we have to understand what analysis. Today in the morning itself, there were few students of physics, and we were able to make them understand what is the importance of STEM and TEM. And for biotechnological students also, when we have to understand the structure of the different molecules or even the surface of the particular leaves and so forth, we have to understand the importance of STEM and TEM. That means scanning electron microscopes. And who will make that instrument? So it is the role of a physicist. And similarly, in case of biomedical implants, we need the different disciplines interrelationship, from the biomedical scientist to biocompatible understanding, physiology, and also to structure that particular the bioimplant in a rightful manner. When we say about the drug development improvement by enhancing efficiency and improving the probability of success, characterization, standardization, it becomes important. So the structure activity relationship is to understand the ecotoxicological, inhalation, dermal, and additional advantages in this field. The safety assessment of NCE in respect to cosmetics is important for us. Well, nowadays we are thinking about the 3 R's concept: replacement, refinement, reduction. It becomes important. There are various types of new chemical entities like phthalates, bisphenols, PCBs, solvents. We have to understand what these are and how we can really understand it. Upcoming requirements are demanding. We have to understand from the perspective of occupational, predictive, and regulatory purposes. I am going certainly beyond the boundary of just limiting to our aspect of the natural resources or sustainability, because these things are interrelated and in the benefit of you. The risk assessment or risk mitigation has to be understood in terms of holistic approaches for safe water, safe food, healthy environment, and thus towards the zero tolerance for any of the ambiguities. This takes me to the aspect our instruments should be in a good condition, they should be calibrated well, and at the same time, our understanding through the SOPs should be appropriate. As you see in the the corner of the slide, that there are certain microbes, whether they are growing, which condition they are growing, we have to understand. Similarly, our fruit or our food material may be good at the initial stage, but because of our packaging, storage, and transportation situation, there can be various level of contamination, and the good food may convert into a bad food depending on the scenario in which it has been preserved or over preserved using those materials which are not desired by us. So the toxicity of food products and how to determine help us to understand what are the niche areas not only in India but throughout the world. The risk and mechanism of actions, what are the principles of green chemistry, and also how we can have a wonderful enrichment of our food through the nutraceuticals or the different type of spices which we find in India. The persons who are from biotechnology field, I will certainly recommend that they should visit the Kerala region and to understand how the different rich resources we have in the country. It is not only that we have to run here and there or to abroad. Even in our own country, we have the wonderful resources. This takes me to the aspects of the SDGs further towards the phase safety and characterization of the materials. Environment is changing from north to south or east to west. The promising new material which is coming for the protein is the seaweed. So we can understand how we can utilize the materials like seaweed and others as a futuristic promising plant for the persons who are more towards the friendliness, towards the green vegetables and so forth. So this all will help for the improvement of quality, protecting our ecosystem, preserving our natural resources, and using them for the various restoration initiatives, either from government, developmental agencies, businesses, houses, and there should be a out-of-box thinking for these aspects. When another new issue which is coming up in the present scenario is about the microplastic. The microplastics may be in blood, maybe in the soil, or even the blood or tissues. We are finding the issues of microplastic. And who is responsible? It is you and me. And thus, we have to understand how there can be the generation of microplastic. Are we using the plastic to the great quantum? Can we minimize it? And whether it is coming through garment, cosmetics, production, treatments, and others, we can really understand what will happen to the oceans. And it is predicted, and there is a good articles in Scientific American, in other PubMed articles and so forth, that earlier we used to just find limited number of papers. Now you find ample quantity of data, ample quantity of research publication, but still there is a need to have minimization of the contamination. We should understand what the toxicant, pollutant, and the contaminants mean and what is the difference between them. This takes me to the aspects of treatment of water or the different agencies. There are good systems to understand whether it is for municipal waste or drinking water and others, but at the same time, we should understand that is it really needed, that the reverse osmosis or ultrafiltration, and how we can take up in the betterment. The next issue is, which has been referred in your brochure also, that waste management. We are generating the waste. Can we control the waste? Can we minimize the waste? And how to tackle or manage the waste in a rightful manner? Can we convert waste into wealth? These are the issues which have been highlighted in the recent journals based on sustainability, toxicology, or other plant-based journals. When we see about the aspect of growth or the web of life, we find that this is changing a lot, and we should understand how and to what extent is the burden. When we see about the changes to the different approaches or indiscriminate disposal, there is issues of ecological restoration, rehabilitation, impacts on the different flora and fauna. When we understand these aspects in a better term, we have to have the correlation understanding with FDA, WHO, European Union, Codex, and the other OECD guidelines to understand what is the implications. In last 3 days, we were involved in the GLP audits and others. The persons who reviews or peers, they have a different perception, and those who conduct the work, they think that they are just following the SOP in a rightful manner. But sometimes there are gaps which are inadvertent, or there is a need to understand what is the difference between the amendment and deviation. When we will call a particular study with an amendment or with a deviation, the persons like Dr. Devara is there, Renu is there, and others, they understand about the intricacies of it. But all these minor points should really go to the student mind or to the faculty who are nurturing the new students for the future generations. If they are taking all these issues or the chapters or the publications in a rightful manner, our studies will be foolproof and they will be having a high weightage. When we understand the pollutants, we should understand at what level they are, at the micro level, pico levels, or even our cosmetics, our different type of food materials. What and when we are taking, is it at the morning or the evening? And even the water can be toxic, even the common salt can be toxic. So we have to understand what is the difference and what are the interdisciplinary linkages between these. So when we see about the compliances in biopharmaceuticals, there is a great demand. I will say the demand is there, but the right candidate, the right place is the problem. Sometimes we are finding the wrong person at the different place. And this is called the total studies and others. So the trait, the interest, the capability, they are needed for these requirement or fulfillment of the regulatory requirement at the industrial level or at the laboratory level. And moreover, the judiciary should understand what is the intricacies of the regulation. And just the framing of the regulation is not sufficient. The regulatory compliances, of which is really possible in the field situation, they should understand. Because sometimes we find the judiciary takes up in the way that this has to happen. But is it feasible or not? Sometimes there is a question mark. So we have to understand the feasibility in terms of our regulations also. The rule which we make should be able to comply. Otherwise, if we make very stringent rules which are not being possible to comply, our purpose is not solved. Similarly, we come to another aspects of how we can have the better habitation, better understanding, better education. And the education is just not grabbing all the things or putting all the knowledge in books or registers and so forth. The real understanding goes how to implement it for the improvement of the different species, characterization, the validation, standardization, these are also important when we have to understand the aspects of the how the light affects at different ranges, whether it is the ultraviolet, visible range, and more often about the positive changes or negative changes under the different situation of pH variation. This takes us to the aspect of how we can have a continual improvement. The continual improvement will be possible if we understand what was the error and where it error occurred and how we can minimize it. So the decision making or the approach towards the bone and stripes or the decision tree or the new concept which has come up, the risk potential or risk assessment, these things have to be understood in the better terms for satisfying the customers and to reaching the target for which our purpose is. Similarly, I take the example of ethylene to the polyethylene and packaging to the whether it is a polypropylene bottle, PET bottles, and others. We have to understand that what PDCA concept of damage theory, plan, do, check, and act. This is essential not only in one aspect, but in all those items in which the children are also exposed. Even the children toys have to be monitored in the even the different additives or the powder which they are taking at the initial milk powders and others. So the milk powder should not be contaminated. It should be preserved well. The lunch boxes and the water and food and other things, even the juices, they have to be provided to them in a rightful quantity at the right time. If you give the same right type of food, but at the wrong time, the story will change. So you should understand, for example, when a milk has to be given or the curd has to be given, and it should not be mixed with those materials where it can have an adverse implication. So we come to aspect of sustainability. The main important point or the critical point here is lifestyle. There is the issues of obesity, whether it is a man or a woman. We are finding the diabetics, the obesity, the different type of arthritis and so forth. Why? What is the reason? Have you forgotten to work at home? Have you forgotten to work and do the gardening and other things? These things are very, very important. The mobility, the exercises. We want to go to gym, but we sometimes forget to do the work at home. So we have to understand what we can do and how we can support in the different activities at the home or at the institute or at the medical institutions, because the lifestyle will change many of the things for the positivity. Similarly, it will also help in economy and techno-feasibility. The raw materials choice or the selection is equally important when we have to think for the future. Now, here I would like to quote that surely we have the responsibility to leave for the future generations what? A planet which is healthy and habitable. And thus, we need an approach or change in our lifestyle. When we understand about the endocrine disrupting chemicals and others, there are many issues. I will not go into details because in the earlier deliberations, I have focused on phthalates and others. And because of the time crunch, I will leave and just give you a thought that the endocrine disrupting chemical or the PFOs, which are through the PTFE type of utensils, becomes important. Now here, as I have always been talking in a different platform and make you also comfortable after the lunch time, I would like to say here that sustainability of living is important. Moreover, as you see on the lotus leaf, there are few water droplets. They are looking like some beautiful things which can enchant anyone. On the other side, we have the water for Andaman and Nicobar or the Nile area and so forth. But on the other side, there is a Asi Ghat or Varanasi. We find some good things happening in the last few years, but still the water which is contaminated at Kanpur or other place is quite different from the water which we get in Rishikesh or in Haridwar. Why? Because the situation is changing, our style is there, We are wasting a lot of material. Many of the industrial waste is going into the river water. So now coming to the aspect or making you a lighter, कि राहत इंदौरी साहब ने कहा कि मैंने अपनी खुश्क आंखों से लहू झलका दिया, एक समंदर कह रहा था मुझको पानी चाहिए था। अगर फुर्सत मिले पानी की तहरीरों को पढ़ लेना, हर एक दरिया हजारों साल का अफसाना लिखता है। When you pass through a river, whether it is in different parts of the world, you find the same river maybe during the origin may have a different story, but at the middle or before it goes and mixes with the ocean, the situation is different. So these oceans, these rivers, these ponds tell about the different perspectives. So we have to understand how we can have a sustainability at the same time, the approaches which can help us 2050, 2000, the next centuries and so forth. And this will help to have the better future. Now here I would like to tell you through this a wonderful part that some of the new entrepreneurs are doing the good things and reciting in a beautiful manner. For example, about the Ganga Gatha. Ganga Gatha has been highlighted by Himanshu and Pragya, and you know that from the origin to the Ganga Sagar, how the situation is there. This total story has been encapsulated through the Dastan Goi or storytelling, and this is a new trait when you just, as we do the writing of abstract and summary, similarly these entrepreneurs have studied about 200 and 500 books and compiled it and put it in before the common man that what is happening to Ganga, how it is happening, who is responsible, can we do something? And it is the admixture of the good songs in Hindi and Awadhi and Braj, and also reciting in a rightful manner, taking public into confidence that don't pollute the river, don't pollute the ocean. If you want to have a sustainable future, you have to make it more harmonious. So this takes me to the policies, procedures, and records, and that everyone wants the good quality. But this good quality can be pushed, whether it is in food or in your biotechnological innovations. And there are good hubs and jigyasa. We are having the different schemes of the government where the BIREC and others are supporting the different activities. I would request the faculty to write the proposals, submit it to the funding agency, try to obtain it, and don't work in isolation. There can be 3 or 4 persons working in close coordination. It will give a better holistic view, as well as the good reporting and results will be helpful to the masses in years to come. So the hybrid organization and combinations will help for the better and better health conditions. With this, I am coming to the end of the presentation with a lot of paths to be born above. We have to go a long way. We have to take challenges in life. There are several opportunities and all of you have a great potential. In this slide, which is at the center, you can find our Director General of CSIR, Dr. Barek, Dr. Present Director, Professor Bhaskar Narayan, who was closely associated as an advisor, and we are fortunate to have him as a director of the institute. So it is not just to show the name of the persons, but I want to say each one of you can be a university in your own self. Each faculty of who is hearing at this moment can be a rich source for all the coming generations. So don't consider that each individual is just a part of MIT or other university. They are themselves the universities. They are the running encyclopedias. And if you serve the society, you will have a satisfaction of different levels. This satisfaction of the level will be coming through the smiles, and this smile will be reflected not only in just manuscripts, publications, or funding, but you will find a satisfaction which will take you ahead and ahead. With all the best wishes to each one of you, a great successful FDP courses, more and more courses. These courses are not the numbers. They are creating a good personnel, a resource, a manpower, a capacity of the country. And fortunately, the India is having the ample number of persons or the persons in the age group of 15 to 35. And I see many of the faculty with a smiling face, charming face, highly skinned with a very, very glowing face. Why and how? Because they have a confidence in them. They have a knowledge in them and they can convert knowledge into wisdom. And this takes me to the full confidence that all my FDP personals will be meeting me in person once in a life or so, and I want to see them in the most glorious position in the world. Let them go work at the different platforms of the world and outshine how India can change the world. So with all this, thank you a lot for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and much enlightening session focusing on OECD principles of good laboratory practices and quality management system, good manufacturing practices, and more. So there are a few questions that I would like to read out for you.
Sure.
So the first one is, what role can public policy and economic incentives play in promoting and accelerating the development of green industries, technologies, and services that support a green economy and mitigate climate change?
Fine. At present in the Niti Aayog and also at the policy research through the DST, CSI and others, the data which comes from the persons like you and me is helpful to them to frame the new guidelines. And these guidelines are also being used for holistic review and upgradation at Bureau of Indian Standards, FDA and European Union, because at the international platforms through the ISO, the India is one of the participating country, and thus I can say it's go a long way. Next.
So there is one more question. Is it possible to formulate a zero plastic waste strategy?
I would not say that yes or no, but I can say we can put a step forward, and there are already steps being taken with the different industries of beverages sector, in which I am finding the use of polyethylene terephthalate for making the bags and other things. Even nowadays in Calcutta, there is, or in BIS, there is a committee which has tried to admit the 70% of plastic with 30% of jute, or vice versa, with 70% of jute and 30% of plastic for our grain, for rice and others. And this will be used through the different food corporation of India. So you can understand how this is being. Similarly, for the textile industry, for the winters, the dress material is now coming up with the recycled PET, which is known as rPET. And the third point which I would like to focus here, that CPCD is planning to have for the 2030 goals and others, that how we can utilize the rPET and also the audit towards carbon footprint, which industry is following which, and so that they can be given a proper subsidy and support in the coming years. Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, sir, for your time. And
Thank you a
for
lot.
addressing the questions.
Still, if there are questions, you can send me and you can contact to Dr. Renu.
Sure, sir.
We will be in touch and we will be responding them back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Moving on, it's our honor and pleasure to introduce our second speaker for the session, Professor Chirashri Ghosh. Professor, University of Delhi, Professor Ghosh earned her PhD degree in ecotoxicology from Vishwa Bharati University at Shanti Niketan, followed by a postdoctoral research at the University of Wageningen, the Netherlands, in the area of wastewater management using non-conventional method. She is also a recipient of prestigious DAAD DAD Fellowship at Germany and attended a graduate program on water technology at the University of Applied Sciences, Heidelberg, Germany. In the year 2003, she joined as a faculty in the University of Delhi at Department of Environmental Studies. She has been a project coordinator of a number of sponsored research projects and founder member of Center for Environmental Studies and Disaster Management at Miranda House and Shivaji College, DU. One of her major research contribution is the preparation of carbon footprint map of Delhi, which has been presented in the Copenhagen Summit 2009 by the State Chief Secretary. She has also been collaborator of National Air Quality Monitoring Program SUFFER since Commonwealth Games 2010. Till now, she has published 80 research publications in the peer-reviewed journal and supervised 10 doctoral theses. Being a teacher and researcher, she is trying to mobilize community on environmental issues and sensitizing them on how their simple, effective lifestyle can change and help them to attain better quality of health. Ma'am, it is our pleasure and honor to have you with us. Before I hand over the session to you, as a part of Amity University tradition, we would like to felicitate you with a virtual Tulsi sapling as a symbol of love, respect, and gratitude. I request our team to please share the screen. There is some internet glitch that is taking place. I request our organizing team to please share the screen.
Dr. Juhi?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Juhi, please contact your Chirashi Ghosh, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yeah, here.
we are waiting for the team to please share the video for virtual Tulsi sapling. Thank you, Dr. Juhi. The screen is being shared.
Thank
you. Tulsi sapling is being presented by Dr. Juhi Gupta. Please accept this virtual Tulsi sapling as a token of love and respect and gratitude. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, and my video is visible, no? Because from my side,
it's not visible. It's not visible, ma'am.
I have opened. I don't know.
Ma'am, I think a flap or cover on your camera. Please remove the flap cover.
Okay. Something is there, no?
Ma'am, as suggested by the IT team that we have, I think there is some flap or cover on your camera because your camera is on, but we cannot see your image.
Okay.
If there is any,
yeah. You see, I don't want to now disturb anything. Today is happening many things. If I audible, can I proceed with the presentation? Then I will try, because some point of the time, then maybe it can create problem. Today, the connectivity problem, some app problem, I don't know what is happening. Because my camera, I didn't close anything, but it is not coming. So can I proceed with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. If you can share your screen, then we can try with the camera after the session.
Yeah, exactly. Because since today I'm facing problem, something. Okay, thank you very much. I'm really sorry that some glitches are also I'm facing today. I'm very happy. I'm thankful to Dr. Renu, Dr. Juhi, Dr. Anamika, all of you, the Amity group, peer groups, and all the teacher participants. And because Amity is always a part of my academic family, I'm coming. Whenever you are calling me, I love to come and share my understanding. Important topic of green technology. I came with many things my previous speaker already discussed on the part of the problems, how we can go with research, how we can, because this is the group whom we actually looking for the teachers. So we are the senior teachers looking to the younger the professionals. Those are actually going to create some movement on that part of awareness. The major important part that we, after working 30 years in this topic of pollution and different problems of environmental issues, we found that major issues are the people. That is, we are the problem maker. So we know that we are teaching every day the anthropogenic and anthropogenic. So some point of the time, I strongly feel the personal solution is very much needed, that we should not only depend on the technological solution. So I'm going also to show you the problems, what we already know, but what we can do as a teacher. So our action plan through research and how we can make some understanding. So I'll just share my slide, and I think then we can go with, I think it's visible.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
presentation is visible. Yeah, okay. So today we have
It's a request, if you can please put it on full screen mode for us.
Yeah. Just
Ma'am, you can see full screen mode in view option.
view
you can top and see file option and left corner, ma'am, file option, edit option, and third is view. Left side, ma'am. Left and top. Yes, ma'am. View. Ma'am, not this is the file option, ma'am. Third option is view. And yes, ma'am. You can see full screen mode, ma'am.
Thank you. So in the topic today, I've given that air pollution, because all the environmental the spheres are actually problem making. Already we have degraded. So now we are initially we are only depending on the technological solution. Now we are understanding that we need biological solution together. So I will give us some informations on how the biological solution. We all know that infrastructure in case of urban backdrop is one of the main issue. So now we have to rely on the urban green infrastructure as a technological solution. And I'll also show you, because most of the time science is based on the logic. If I tell something, you have to accept. No, you can raise a question. So we have to give some the answer to the question, research question we raise with logically with some data. So I will show you, and as we all know that Delhi is a problem-making city where all the issues are there, we are suffering and we are struggling with the challenges. So we'll show you a few slides, which is real-time story, what is coming up. Let's start with we are good and bad, again the data will tell us. So here we can find out that environmental performance index of this year, if we go with 180 countries with 24 initiatives are comparing the environmental globally, the environmental performance. And then we found that we are better in case of 2020, because after COVID and during COVID, maybe 20 was the during COVID times, we are locked ourselves inside. So we are having less activity. So our rank was better. Once we have again opened up ourselves, unlocked ourselves. So to 2022, we found that in the EPI, basically within 180 country, we are in the bottom position. So it was really showing us amazingly that after having all technological solution available, after having all advanced science with us, still we cannot manage our environment. So we all know we are actually controlling Silicon Valley. We are controlling market business. We are the strongest economy globally. So we are celebrating that part of our power. But environmental wise, we are definitely in a very sorry saga. So this is the fact file. So we have to understand why it is so. The policies, whatever we are discussing today, or throughout this FDP program, many people will come and they will tell you the same thing. What in the long back, the policies, ancient India also we have already quoted. So nothing we are going to share you new information. So already in ancient India, in the Rig Veda, it was written that do not cut trees because they remove pollution. If you go with Charak Samhita, we got the destruction of forest is taken as destruction of state, and reforestation is needed. So that means ancient India, why they have that understanding. pre-independence, the first time in 1927, the Indian Forest Act came. So plant and the vegetation and the biological solution was in the mind of a history. We can find out that pre-independence we started. Then came the constitution, we got our freedom. Then the constitution has having the article 48A, article 51G. They're all are having the same line of call on the action plan to safeguard the forest, to protect and improve the environment, including forest. We are more on the article 21. We are asking for the right to life. So this means that it was legally advised also that we have to protect the environment. It's not only the request. So we all know that NGT came, National Green Tribunal came in India. And we must thank that India was the first 3 countries globally first created this NGT. My previous speaker also discussed that all the issues should be on the whenever it was in case of green economy or environmental issues should actually round between the economic development, social development, and environmental protection. Why we are thinking about the SDG goals? Because we are having all the technology, we are actually going down due to our environmental protection understanding is very less among the people. We are now the topmost, the highest populous country within among the world. So means if we are really not move our downward community or the population, our technological solution or policy will be definitely going to fail for the factor that is the population. In a city, because we are all understood the problem of urban issues during COVID time, how urban places are more challenging situation compared to the rural areas. And so city formed based upon the principle of social structure, dependency, and income generation. So this is the 3 mode of sustainability of a city. Now, if we are only focusing on the income generation and we are damaging the environment, so ultimately social structure will damage. That happened during COVID. So urban world based upon the population, 5,000 population per square kilometer, without having non-agriculture, with only having the non-agricultural activities with the 75% of the population. This is the definition of urban area compared to the rural area. Now, we all know that whole world is urbanizing. Now, in case of India also, we are also following same. So the expanding size of Indian city is actually creating a huge problem. Now, class 1, class 2, mega cities, there are so many areas are coming out. So the expansion, how it is happening due to the large villages surrounding the core city. It's a major that we are taking care of the small villages also. So ultimately, we are increasing in a population without proper infrastructural development. This is the biggest challenge right now in the urban challenges. When we are having an urban infrastructure is coming out, then definitely we have to have this all component to taken care of. That is urban road, transport. Generally, only we focus on the road development, water supply, sewerage, stormwater drains, capacity building, traffic support, solid waste management, street lighting, and ultimately pollution management. If we have failed in some areas in the urban infrastructure development, definitely we have to understand that the growth is unplanned manner. So the planning is needed. This is the indication of all the cities in India right now, that we have maybe development, we are creating a smart city, where if some part of the development, the components are coming out, but it was severely damaged because we are not taking care of the environmental management. So instead of smart city, we definitely need green cities, where it will take care of the environmental issues together to make the city smart. And ultimately, if we are discussing on SDG goals to make it sustainable, then green city concept will be much better than smart city concept. So under the green city concept, we need the designing and planning of the city, where comes the 4 major classification: garden cities, suburb and private green spaces, smart growth, and new urbanism. What are the difference? Garden cities are the cities where we are having central park, like Connaught Place, we are in Delhi, and the city is developing around that central circle. So this is the generally we can get to see the earlier old cities, even in case of Europe also and other places. Where the class 2 cities, where the land cost is not very high, or the suburbs, they can have less cost of the price of the land, so they can hold the private green spaces with the house. We all know. Smart growth is the high-rise building. So earlier the buildings are in a different layers. So Mumbai is where lack of spaces. There we can get to see the high-rise buildings are coming compared to Delhi and Calcutta or other places where the cost of the land are not high, and also they have a space for that. Now, new urbanism in the whole world is discussing on the development of the road rather than only the built-up environment. In case of other three parts, they have given more concentration on the building development rather than the road structure also. Now, in new urbanism tells that if you have to make your built-up environment sustainable, if you want to live properly, then you have to grow and design your city in the way with using different types of urban green infrastructure, and then you can have naturally you can have better health, because once environmental health is good, then your public health also coming up equally will be much better. So green space came when the concept of this way. So this is anything, it's not only tree plantation, grass, other vegetation, shrub, herb, anything is coming for any places like recreational, aesthetic purposes, or just for having a sink in the environmental sink for anything pollution, which this term urban pollution came, very new terminology came in that way. So it is also a sink part where within the whole city, some places should be the absorb the emission of the problem. So under these green spaces, we are having different, we all know that park, playground, city, monumental green spaces, greenways and green belts. Generally, we discuss only on the green belts, but we are all having all the thing in this case. So in this, beside green belts, so we have to think about a now new call on the action. Wherever we live, we have to have more green color in our life. If it is the indoor, if it is the outdoor, if the small community we are staying, we have to paint in green compared to the other color of built-up environment, the gray or the brown, the soil, the brown color, because then only we can have sustainable, better management. That what we are discussing. So if you compare to the developed country, they are having this type of greenery more, because some way we are increasing footfalls and the population more within a city. In the developed country, they have a reverse migration. The people are going out from the urban to rural. So they are more preferred to stay in the countryside compared to staying within the city, where we are having different concept. Or any economical issues, social issues, we should not, or the political issues, that people are migrating in the rural to the urban. So then that means once we are having more footfalls, then we have to have more green infrastructure along with the built-up environment. So anything is coming as a water-based urban wetland. These are all part of. We are closing. Earlier, the mistake we did, we all know that we closed that, we filled up the urban wetland areas or watershed areas for the construction and by the different builder groups to increase our livable areas of more built environment, which was one of the biggest mistake we have done in all the cities, creating all the things. Like I can tell you that in Delhi, as a model of a research study, once it was created, Delhi was started as a capital. The Yamuna and having so many nahars dark well, bore wells. It was at the position of the Yamuna River. It was actually never thought that Delhi will be a water scared area. The condition, we have changed the design, the way we have actually degraded the water bodies within the cities. So ultimately, we are facing the situation we are right now. We are not. It is not only the population. We just, if you have maintained and understood the having the infrastructure of the green infrastructure and the blue infrastructure within the city, which was mapped outside, and that was the only reason actually the migration of the political migration of one city to another city happened. So that was actually, we have messed up with the environment and we have created the problem for us. Now we are actually going with all the action plan. So this is our irony too. We have to understand the natural, geographical, and the resource mapping, which is very much needed by all the people. Those are living at least in the area where they have their own home. Urban wasteland, this is also another, we have to revive the wasteland. And this is not possible only by asking the government. Sometimes it is the self-help group, community level. It can be a university project. It can be a local government body project along with the resident welfare. So we have to revive the all lost water bodies which are there and all wasteland. We all know that the solid waste, zero waste, someone asked that how can we manage that, create a zero waste planning? It is possible. But it is only possible when we think about every person's individual footprint will be there. It's not possible by the government to do the job, because we must understand whatever we are eating and drinking, 80% we are releasing as a waste. Once we are releasing as a waste, so some responsibility, 80%, the resource as a waste when we are releasing, so we should have. So we can start from home, the segregation. How many people, if you really ask that how many people will have the segregated bin at home? How many people, maybe we are teaching also, but we are not following. How many people we are having a composting, small composting, the indoor pit, not pit, maybe the dustbin, where we all know that it was available in the normal market for a small liter household waste compost bin, which you can use for a soil amendment. We are not doing. Actually, this is the biggest question for us. Everything we cannot ask from the government to take care when we are the polluter. So if we discuss on the pay polluter policies, then definitely we cannot only make the organized sectors or industrial sectors and the people, those are, we as a consumer, we have to take care of the responsibility. That responsibility we are actually not making. And where I think as a teacher, all of us in responsibility to make seat between the young generation, which we generally call as a Z, the generation Z. Those are not actually born with the area 1997 to 2011 in between. They are not attached with the environment, because if you remember a little bit, we have exposed to the environment, we have played outdoor. Now small child, those are now in this era, they never gone until in a school or college, they have taken them for the field activities. They have not gone for or the recreational parents are not taking them. They never played outside properly. So actually they are disconnected with the nature. And this is the only reason I think we are in EPI, we are in the bottom. And we are not, and this is the role of this FDP to make the teachers make their own, whatever the discipline they have, make their own action plan after having the understanding the area of research on environmental issues. Green roof, these are all concepts are earlier in the developed country, now it is already in our country. We have to follow any type of roof, green roof, always give you the insulation. If you're just simply you are putting a creeper at the surface of your roof, it will create, right now we are in the summer months. We all know the effect of urban heat island. So this urban heat island is always kind of the persons are staying in the upper floor, the top floor. They are having a huge difference of temperature from the ground floor to top floor. Now, this is actually creating a huge health hazard due to this high summer temperature. We all know, but we do not know what to do. At least from our when designing, we can paint white in the roof, which is based on the albedo effect. We know the albedo. That means that which is reflecting color is the white. If you are making white paint in the roof of the houses, then definitely it will reflect back some amount of solar radiation. As a result, the temperature will be less. Similarly, if you put some false roofing with a green infrastructure, it will absorb and it will reduce the temperature. So this type of designing changes are needed. We cannot break our house. We cannot migrate when we are doing our activity, job, studying. So we have to create the plan of urban planning, and design should be part of our life, always, not depending on the builders or infrastructure people. Those, because we have to understand, they are preparing the houses, but they are not going to stay. We, the people, are going to stay, putting our money. So we must know what the city needs based upon the microclimatic areas, what type of condition we are facing, and in other season, because India, we are having different types of seasonal changes, and based upon the season, extreme temperature, extreme winter, some places extreme rainfall. So these are all, actually we have to know for environment, for our, just yesterday what happened, that is urban flood in Bangalore, and it created a casualty. So that means every time the changing in the seasonal pattern can create a disaster in our life. So now this is the call for understanding the urban disaster. So if we have done everything, so planning and designing is one thing, making the different types of movement is another thing, but actually action plan to prepare our home, which can take care of the challenges in every month we are going to face. This is very important. Like we change our food habits, that someone already discussed. We are changing the attires based upon the season. So houses also, they are needing some type of, actually the changes in the designing and planning. And this thing we always need. Plantation is one of the things we can feel that wherever right now in the summer months there are trees, it has already proven that it is taking the 13-degree cooler. So people are searching for the tree. When we know the role of tree, then why we are not increasing this urban green infrastructure? So we have to give more concentration on the GI, and that is the needed, not one plant and two plant, because we must know the thing is that one tree cannot. We have to make canopy based 3 tiers of management of designing, and I think all the people should participate in the making. Now, these are all theoretical. You must say that we all know nothing is needed. Why it is needed scientifically? I'm going to show you some study. So just I want to say that Prakriti and the Nari, this is always creating in one understanding from the child. This type of pictures in every places from where we are, we know that we are actually worshipping banyan tree. We are our, and the ladies are always, whatever religious activity they do based upon the nature. Why it is so? Because the concept was there to bring the nature in our life. And basically now it's not rituals. If you really go back to the science root of the thing, so already it was written that Bina Briksh nahi hai can learn. So naturally we are forgetting. Again, the exemplary story of Amrita Devi. We all know that we are not dying for nature. I think she is the exemplary the leader for us, being a woman. He died 300 Vishnoi community. This Amrita Devi died due to the Kejri tree. Because this tree, on that area of Jodhpur, the village, where actually happened that they are the major the lifeline tree for the survival of the camels, for the dust storm it is coming. So it was her advanced environmental understanding. So we people, they didn't have that degree of environmental issues. Environmental issues are not degree based. It is the feel for the understanding of the issues. And that's the reason he was always taken that Chipko movement, and we followed many times by different political movement. But who has given life I don't feel that we have gone that part of understanding on environmental issues. Still, we have to really feel ashamed of the way she sacrificed and the total community. So this type of story tells us many things to understand that bina environment, bina understanding of the environmental issues, we cannot do any developmental goals. Plant, we all know, photosynthesis from the childhood we are studying, and it's a gaseous exchange, and then transpiration. Interesting part, those are not from biology, trying to show you basic thing. They're very smart app they have. Basically, if you think that we have our language in Indian way, that plant understand the changes in the environment. And that was the stress physiology in plant. Plant is a very good indicator. If you are having the temperature low or high, they close their stomata by guard cells. And this is the way they control their water management. So plant is such a good indicator, and we don't have to do too much after plantation for that reason. They manage and they orient themselves with the adjustment with the environmental changes. They have abscisic acid, the hormone, plant hormone, which actually control the gut cell. So once there are the closer an opening, once they find the temperature is very high, they open the night time and they do the thing. So no one is telling them. So they have a high sensory mechanism how they maintain. So only thing we have to plant this right choice of the plant tree or plant vegetation in different places. It's not all the plants are same in understanding. So generally, we know that based upon the natural plant, not exotic, we don't want to change the pattern of biodiversity. Only we have to know the naturalized abundant trees, shrubs, grasses. We are forgetting about the grasses most of the time. We must understand that it's a semi-arid soil where we are having more dust is coming to the air. So why we are not covering the soil, the land or soil with the grasses? Then we can reduce much higher amount of the air pollution what we talk about. So because we are not a the country with a high precipitation rate. Why the developed countries are better? Because they are having more precipitation. So actually pollution driven by climate. The climate there's a question of that pollution has never been a problem unless it will be a dispersion model is there. We are in winter, we talk about in Delhi city about air pollution, but other months we never talk about the visibility because of there's a stable weather and it is not dispersed. So naturally it is visible. So everyone we talk about. But the problem is same in throughout the year. If you are having one rainfall, one wind velocity or circulation, then it will actually reduce the load of any pollution load in the environment, urban city. We also know that in the desert, the sunken stomata, and we all know that how the stem is making a primary organ for photosynthesis. So this is, we call it as a cactus, and this cacti group is managing them. So all that structural the morphology changes based upon this thing. Similarly, we all know CT4 pathway. This is the only example I'm showing you. There's thousands and thousands. I think botany people, they know much better than me. But only thing I just want to that when we use them as a tools, when we try to make some mitigation and management policies, then we have to find out the right choice. And this is the way, if you're addressing the CO2 concentration, high CO2, we have to more C4 pathway plan, like bamboo or banana or different types of crop pattern we have to change, because most of the cases, the avenue trees are not C4, they are C3, because in C4, they are having, along with the mesophyll, they are having bundle seed, and that is actually fastening the process. So this is the way we are now making each city, and it's not only urban, rural and urban, wherever we are, and all the policymakers, we as a scientist, we have to inventorize the plant based upon the need of that place, rather than it is only making a biodiversity and taxonomical understanding. Still is naming just like a census we are making for us. Now, which role they are playing there, that also should be there. And then only we can create the structure of urban green infrastructure as a tool for remediation. Pollution, we have already know about that the basic thing. There's a two types, primary, secondary, and particulate gaseous. And there's a deposition. Once it is a rainfall, it is wet deposition. When it is with the wind, it is the dry deposition. And if we just talk about right now globally, every place's particulate pollution is one of the biggest challenge. We always, in particulate pollution, we only talk about two terminology. That is 10 and 2.5. We have to think now, present day, as we are doing research such a long time. Now it goes beyond that. Now the problem is not 2.5, ultrafine particles like PM1, below PM1. We don't have right till now, we don't have any guidelines, so we are not understanding. And those are very important. Another threat is not only the physical structure is creating a problem, the chemical composition of the dust is a more problematic. Cancer is increasing. So we are not very sure that how the size particles, those are going in the lower respiratory, are only the size create a problem, that is physics, or the chemicals, what is they are carrying. And I must tell you, there are another terminology, that is the microbes. We all know the corona, where most of the cases the death happens not for the COVID, the coronavirus, the virus, that is happened due to the poor lung condition, that is lower respiratory damage already had in our Delhi or other places because of the smokers or the other issues we are exposing every day to the high concentration of load of dust. So then once we talk about the permanent damage of lungs, that is definitely lower respiratory. And in this case, we should not only concentrate 2.5, below 2.5. And that was the monitoring we are doing. I'm not going to show today. It's just the concept I'm telling you, because our request to the government right now, that basically we have to change our guidelines. We have to go beyond 2.5. If you don't have the measurement, how do we know that which are the creating our problem in our health? Why we are dying for lung cancer, not for 2.5, when one is already there in a high concentration? Now government started thinking. So the size groups in the lower respiratory is below 2.5. They're carrying all sorts of the metals when we are monitoring. So we are measuring the trace elements. So trace elements are attached with the ultrafine more compared to the bigger size, because bigger size dust are settleable properties. They settle down very fast in the trees, canopies, building structure, but the finer particles, those are already floated, suspended. They are easily coming. So after your upper respiratory, those are smaller, more smaller, they are actually going and deposited in the lungs. And now it is not only the dust, they're carrying the metals. So why we are bothered only the soil metal toxicity and water metal toxicity? We should now talk about the metal toxicity in the air also. And all ultrafine particles, when we are measuring, we are getting that metals in every PM1 and below PM1. That was the irony of the problem. Similarly, in case of the bacterial load, which are much, much higher in the case of when you are monitoring with a cascade impact factor of aerosol, the 6-stage cascade impact factor, where after stage 4, those are very ultrafine. Now, these stages we found that generally we are observing for stage 4 and 5, those are below PM 2.5 and in a much higher concentration. So this is actually, we need more new data. We are relying on the old data. Health is telling us different things. So if you're only making guidelines is only for the catering to the health of services. So now we have to update our database. That was the call for the young teachers. They should come out, not only doing the old version of the research, they have to come forward with a new version of the database. Actually, I must tell you, as I'm working with the government, different policy making committees, the government also don't have the data. They're asking that please come up with your data, share us, then only we can create some policy changes. Definitely, all the ministry cannot do all the institute cannot do the data changes. So here we have a role as academia, universities, they can do some changes. We are also getting that there are some guidelines. As I told you, I'm working with National Ambient Monitoring Program. So this is the reason I'm very clear about the thing, what are the problems we are facing. We are working with the suffer station is with me. And we are going through everyday data, what is happening, what is coming out. But who is telling us that we are in a danger zone? That is the health data. When we are working with the doctors, then definitely it shows that the pulmonary dysfunctions, that is lung dysfunction, respiratory dysfunction diseases are in a higher trend. And that we know, not only the asthma, there are many things are coming out, and definitely it is showing that our lungs are not in a good state. What we are doing, we have started making normally a lung function test, jisko bolte hai PFT. So we are doing for the citizens community. We are going through the test random with their consent. Definitely without consent, we cannot touch anyone's body. So if with the consent, we are testing. If we are getting the result, what is the guidelines? If 70% lung air capacity you have in your lungs, then definitely it's lung, and based upon your age and sex and weight, BMI, if you know that at least 70% is going on in your lung, so lung is performing well. If it is 80% or 90%, definitely excellent lung. Like Delhi city, we don't expect all the time we'll get until unless it's athletes or there's a run, sometimes physical activity is doing. But once we get a student from 20s to 30s, as we are discussing, target group, fit group, they are having lung, the naturally low below 70, and definitely is alarm call for them. They have to, if they're smoker, they have to leave the smoking. If they are not living some places, they may choking their lungs. So they have to think about where they are living, how they are commuting. So this is one of the good indicator. We are generally making awareness for the to the communities, RWA. We have already done for the Delhi University, the houses, the faculty houses, that non-teaching houses, and we really got an amazing result for that part, that sometimes high-end, the teachers' faculty houses, indoor, the people's lungs are not good due to maybe this different lifestyle, the changes they're doing. So dynamic of pollution with the Delhi city concept, I just want to show you, which is interesting, you can go with, because then only you can create some research base for your student. Like this is the Mukesh Sharma was preparing from Kanpur IIT's data, what he played that in Delhi city was for Delhi government he was working. And he already shown, and it is the same trend we are also getting. I just wanted to show that north and eastern part, it is a PM10 and PM 2.5. North Delhi and East Delhi is the highest place of pollution, both the cases. So that means activities are high, population density is very high, not the south and west. And we all know that Delhi, we are having two very distinct ecogeography. One is the river floodplain areas, another is the Aravalli. So plantations also helping them to have different management. And this case, the case of north and east, maybe the river floodplain areas, because we all know that like in India, the Indo-Gangetic floodplains are the most particulate pollutions are hanging. Similarly, in Delhi itself, in this floodplain areas, due to the moisture in the air. That is moisture having a big role in case of different dust attenuation. So this was the thing. So because whenever we are going for any research study, we try to find out that where will be the first action plan we'll start. We cannot do anything arbitrarily. So if you need some technological solution, like we know that smoke tower came and something came, but where we first install, that we must know first. Not we just what we think or mere ghar ke samne lagana chahiye or any political person, that is not the issue. Issue is that the data will tell us which area is the containment area, which area should be red alert area, and that way we do. Then we use that high split model. There's a two wind dispersion, because as I told you that like a brooming of problem. So in case of this high split model, it is the long range transport where the wind is coming. Some winds are local, which are moving in within the city. Some are coming from other places. So in this case, we know that the long range transport high split model we have used from that time. And it will give you every month, every season, from which distance it is coming, 100 meter, 500 meter, 1000 meter, how the dispersion. So this type of, it's a downloaded app. You can use this model, and based upon this model, you can find out which time, month, what type of wind direction is coming from the neighboring state and different places. And that will give you some understanding because of the geography. So we found that in Delhi, the summer, post-monsoon, winter, northwestern pattern, the wind is coming. In case of monsoon, it is southwestern. An interesting part, what I just wanted to highlight, that particles when coming from northwestern, they are bringing desert sand. And once it is coming southwestern, they are bringing sea salt. So the chemical composition of the air is changing based upon the air from which direction it is coming. It is a local windrows diagram we are also doing for the local places of all the districts of Delhi. And that will show that emission zone and accumulation zone is not same. Every time emission zone is different. North se shuru ho sakta hai, east mein ja sakta hai. So it is dependent on the local wind movement. It can be high or low. And this is the way actually it will change. So major finding, we found that North and East Delhi compared to this, and trajectory is changing the chemical composition, and the wind have northern and northeastern. So wherever we are emitting, ultimately the red alert area of Delhi is the north and northeast part. So if any air pollution action mitigation we have to do first there, then we can go with the other districts and other city. And summer and monsoon, we are having different. We are monitoring enrichment factor, any plant if you're using, or how they can.
Ma'am, actually, we are running late.
Yeah, I just sum up with 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so enrichment factors, we have calculated, we have found that those are the particles having more metals. And we are having same and EDX, use the scanning and EDX. And based upon what type of metals are they coming from soil, or are they coming from the gasoline exhaust, automate the fuel? So if it is carbonaceous or silicate based, we can get to this type of same EDX result as showing what is the mode on the air. It is the dust particles are the thing. Once we are getting this type of accumulation plant as a source, when we monitor, I'm just keeping the regular slide that this is buffering zone, then we are monitoring foliar deposition, foliar surface, because this is like a filter. And this filter we have to calculate. We select the plant based upon this 4 or 5 characteristic: ecological value, cultural value, because suddenly we cannot bring anyone as a buffering process, heritage value and common. So we cannot go against biodiversity. We calculate trapping efficiency, and then dust capturing capacity of the plant. These are all established method we have to make. And based upon this thing, then we find out which plant. And this is one interesting picture I want to show you, that we have monitored the same plant in traffic and vegetated, and we found that plant cannot speak. So naturally, on behalf of plant, we researchers are telling us that this is the picture of trichome in the traffic intersection. It looks healthy outside, but basically the trichome damage stomatal growth. You can see the closed stomata. So that means, how can we expect the green infrastructure will remain if you're not selecting the right plant choice? So plantation only is not important. Right plant choice is very, very need of the hour today if we're really relying on the green solution and green technology. So we have calculated, we have given many database, and we just think 2-3 example that banyan, mulberry, these are jamun, they're efficient trapper. If you go to the CP site, you can see the jamun trees are abundant. I think they're better research at that time. They know that the jamun trees are good trapper for the dust. So if you plant more jamun, that will be helpful. So trichomes are the major structure, can show you the whole, the pollutant going inside. We are monitoring APTI, air pollution tolerance index. This is a simple method index, and that is, after calculation, we can find out that is the 4 parameters are there: ascorbic acid, chlorophyll, relative water, and leaf. So if you make an index value, we can find out based upon the scale that which plant. So we should not go with the sensitive plant. Need of the hour, we have to select the tolerant plant. So every campus, I mean, it's a request what we are doing also. Every campus, the new colleges, we have so many colleges. I'm requesting the already doing the mentorship to the college principals and the colleges, where we are requesting them to please find out their your own plant APTI index and find out the next plantation should be based on the tolerant plant species. Then it will be give you the long-term solution, not the immediate problem. Along another terminology is anticipated performance index, where many things are there. So biological characteristics, habitat, canopy, food pairing, economical value, like, and there are in the scale, we can create that which one is the ranking we can go give. So we have already done this type of ranking calculation, and which is the best. Excellent. So I have a proof that why I'm telling this plant should be there, because otherwise it is convincing the plant people or the ministry or government is very difficult. What we are doing, we are making this in the local plant understanding with the student, and we are sending to the Minister of Environment and Forest to go with the next plantation. They must have this type of criteria understanding and doing the thing. So this is also giving some meaningful action plan, because I know that it is not possible by the government. Only they have to accept our research data for their own benefit. So, and the last point I just show in a hurry up condition, that we are also sometimes proving that, okay, this is the thing you're changing. Are they working? So it's like action. Are they doing the job? So we have done like different one modeling, that once we are having no vegetation, less dense vegetation, how far the plantation in a design will work and what will be the height, because that is depend upon the pollution, how far it is going. So one, from the emission source, we must know the pollution dispersion, the length, and that then you can do the plantation. 50 मीटर के अंदर pollution नहीं है, 100 मीटर तक चला गया, तो हमें plantation 100 मीटर में करना पड़ेगा. We can't do in the 50 meters, so we are missing that level of the pollution. So we are creating this type of the road say distance of the vegetation. We have done a study in the Kamala Nehru Ridge and North Campus, and we found that which distance and different season, summer, monsoon, and winter, they are behaving different. They depend upon the behavior of the problem. So, and this is the attenuation factor we are calculating, and we are using this dust analyzer, as I told you, that we are monitoring 1, 2.5 also. And these pictures are very dangerous, what I'm not showing right now, but it is really, but we have already done to and given to the report to the government that we have to be very serious on not 2.5, we have to be very serious on 0.25 right now. हमें अभी most of the ultrafine में जाना है, and when we created, we found the season wise that they are decreases with distance, and then which distance the plantation design will be there, we can create understanding this monitoring. कहाँ तक हमें vegetations को barrier देनी है, and how long, and in summer, monsoon, or the daytime and evening time, how the behavior. Every time you have to understand that diurnal behavior also there. It's not so easy to make pollution behavior dynamics to understand easily. So this is the fact findings we are doing, and we are proving, and we have given report to the government through different projects. So bottom line, what I just wanted to tell you, that there are trees, those are efficient trapper, there are trees, those are tolerant species, we have to more to research, or if you need any help, I can give you from our database. And so it's not simple plantation, paid lagao nahi, proper paid lagao, that is the call should be, because if you really want to make a remediations, and so, but natural vegetation plan, and as much as you can give a plantation in front of your home also, your residence also. So the indoor, outdoor, so then is the greenest capital, but definitely we have not designed properly, but there's a ample opportunities. We have a good diversity, so we can do some good understanding of the thing. So thank you very much for this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful talk on the air pollution mitigation by urban green infrastructure. Ma'am, actually, we are running out of time, so I'll just read out one question for you. Rest we will forward it to you.
Thank you very much.
One question that I'm going to read for you is, ma'am, please enlighten regarding the role of source apportionment studies in ascertaining particulate matter.
Yeah, just repeat, please.
Yes, ma'am. Please enlighten regarding the role of source apportionment studies in ascertaining particulate matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, without source apportionment, you cannot do any study, because as I told you that there are larger particles, there are smaller particles, they're beyond larger, which are not till mapped out. So definitely first with that we are doing, that is as a pollution researcher we are doing first. Policy will never come without having proper the database. That's a real-time database, so where we need government and the private researchers to come together. So for that reason, I am with Ministry of Earth Science, and I'm working with them since I am a small person academia, but still we are working in different projects. So in the same place, 2-3 persons can make a network. And when we know, because every day new entity of the problems are coming. So ultimately what is happening that we may be something we are missing by one researcher. So other researcher can have that idea and they can give you that, okay, that can be another possibility. So the research is always open. So this is, once we'll get the part, then, why policy? Repeatedly, I'm telling you, policy only focusing on the health. So I'm working with the doctors also. I have a USUMES, the Faculty of Medical Science, that in Delhi University, the University of College of Medical Science, we are working together, because I understand pollution, they understand disease, but we have to make it integrated. So like any research, once we get some data, then we share it to them. And then they try to find out which part of the body, as I told you as an example of 1,000 examples are there, lower respiratory means it's only the smaller sizes are going. If the damage is happening in the lower respiratory, we cannot blame the PM10 to be happening. That is definitely for the below 2.5. So this type of understanding should be clear once we are having both the way the database generation. So this is the only reason we need the source. And authorized sectors are under the scanner of Delhi Pollution Control Committee, but there are many unauthorized sectors. They are not under the registered way. They are doing all the corruption and the many things, which are actually problem. So we are sometimes making a survey and informing the thing as a research part. Then government is aware of the thing. So we are also working with the NGOs. I think most of the cases unauthorized sectors are tackled by the NGOs more compared to the government, and they inform the thing. So we have to make a big knowledge sharing group, and not no data is my data, everyone's data. And I strongly feel that that type of mindset, one is the paper publication, very good for the teachers to do and for promotion, but ultimately we have to contribute something good for our country. So then we have to collaborate and network with each other.
Very true, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and for answering the question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving.
So I'm leaving. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you can stay till the end of the session, that would be great. We can have a group photograph also after that.
Actually, I have a class. I'm between the thing.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, it's our pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Professor C.S. Rivera, Director and Head, Amity Center of Excellence in Ocean, Atmospheric Science and Technology, and Environmental Science and Health. Professor Rivera joined Amity University, Haryana after serving the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune at
Ma'am, it is all right. Ma'am, it is all right.
Sir, it's an honor for us to have
but
you
now,
with.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a part of moving ahead, as a part of our tradition, we would like to felicitate you with virtual Tulsi sapling. So please accept it. It's being presented by Dr. Renu Dhuper, Joint Coordinator and Associate Professor EIS. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
and then
sir.
good evening,
evening,
everyone. And in fact, very good evening. In fact, I wanted to I appreciate Dr. Juhi Gupta and then Dr. Renu Duppar and then Dr. Anamika Srivatsa for kind words. And then, in fact, without wasting much time, because I have some internet connection problems also here. So I wanted to straight away come to my talk. And then before going to that, before hearing my presentation, I just wanted to make a few observations on the morning inaugural session. In fact, there are very interesting talks in morning inaugural session. But one thing just I wanted to tell, of course, I wanted to always, I will tell my sincere gratitude to our founder, President Sir. So no, also I wanted to take his blessings and then move forward. So in fact, if you see clearly the morning deliberations, I wanted to make only one observation, come comments. That is, see, there are so many points were raised by some of the scientists and then some of
I think we have lost connection with sir.
Devrasa, you're not audible, sir.
Yeah. I have some right. So often it goes and then comes back. That is the problem I have. I don't know. I'm just checking. If you give me opportunity, I can share tomorrow my talk. So if you have already the program schedule right, then I will manage now itself because I have some slides also. I will try to share my slides and then what do you decide? Shall I proceed, ma'am?
Sir,
Renu,
it will
ma'am,
be
shall I
yes.
proceed?
Yes,
Renu ma'am.
yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can proceed, sir.
Okay. So the thing is, whatever transformation you do, whatever from non-conventional to conventional or anthropogenic to natural, there are some implications about the emissions of non-toxic gases. So one should equally work about these emissions, arresting of these emissions while talking about the green energy or about the waste, and then the natural to transformation techniques. Any transformation technique you wanted to talk or you wanted to develop, one should be very careful, and then we should work more the the morning talks. And also always when you talk about the transformation, we have to ultimately achieve cost benefit ratio, then only government will approve our transformation techniques. So these are all some of the observations what I observed in the morning talks. But now, if you allow, I will share my presentation. Where is that sharing? Just 1 minute. So my presentation, I will. Yes.
Sir, we can see the screen of your internet, like Chrome maybe. It's not the presentation that we can see right now.
Okay, I can amplify this probably. Is it all right now? You could see.
We cannot see it right now, sir.
Just,
IT team, can you please
because
help sir
internet.
in sharing?
Please.
I can see, sir, PPT is in there in taskbar, sir. And I'm talking, if possible, PPT can share from our side because I
Sir,
can
it's
see
coming now. I think it's coming now.
it's very low bandwidth, ma'am.
Yes. Sir, if you can share your PowerPoint presentation with us, we will share it from our side.
I think, sir, disconnected.
Oh, okay.
Again, shall I share my PPT or? I can
Sir,
straight show my PPT here.
sir, actually you can
See,
try sharing, but I think the bandwidth is low. So if you can share your PPT with us, we will project it. Like we will share it from our side.
Okay, okay, okay. So I have to send the PPT to you, or what? Can I continue? Can I continue?
Yes, sir.
See, I can change. Huh? If you are able to see, then I can continue.
So it's not visible. Dr. Juhi, is it visible to you?
Please.
No, ma'am, not yet.
So will you be able to share it, or Naresh will be able to share it?
Yes, so you can share it or mail it to me. I'll ask Naresh sir to project it here.
So we are going to drop his email ID in the chat box. It's visible now, sir. Yes, sir, it's visible now.
Stop sharing and then stay sharing again. Shall I do that?
Sir, it was visible, and I have also
No,
dropped.
I stopped sharing and then I will
Yes,
share.
now it's visible.
Is it visible?
Sir, it's good to go. You can start.
No, I'm not able to change the slide from my side.
Sir, I have shared email ID of Mr. Naresh Kumar with you in the chat box, in your personal chat box, in the Zoom link, where you can send your PPT and he will share it for you.
No, actually, it has to be shared.
So if you need the help from our end, then we are
Sir,
here. Maksud sir, please tell Devra
sir, click on your screen, sir.
Sir, Devra sir.
Just click, sir, click here. And now change, sir. Now change your PPT. Ma'am, I think sir bandwidth is very low.
Yes, so I have sent a direct message to sir with one email ID. Sir, if you can
One
send
minute,
your
1
PPT.
minute.
Yes.
Minute. Just let me try. Rakesh Kumar. No. You see, I can change this slide now. First. It is there. Okay. This is my presentation. You're able to see now? No.
Not now, sir.
No.
Not now.
What I will do now? What I will do now? So shall I? I can move this slide if you are able to see. Then I can.
Sir, actually, we are not
Okay,
able
I can.
to. Yeah.
So I'm also feeling, so there is an internet connection problem here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Out and then it's again reviving. So can I talk extempo? Otherwise, I will see the slides and then if you don't have any time slot from
Sir,
tomorrow, then I can go. Actually,
we can have a talk.
will-
Sir, Dr. Juhi is trying to contact you regarding your talk because we are looking forward to that. So Dr. Juhi is trying to contact.
yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
when I will have to give the talk.
Yes, sir. She's just giving you a call. 1 minute, sir.
Okay. What I have to do now? Just give me,
Anamika ma'am, due to some internet glitch, he's not able to recover his presentation for now. So I asked him to join us again on the last day. That's 26th. He'll join us in the at around 12 noon.
Okay.
Yes, I think
Yeah,
today
if
he's
you
facing
have
some
any questions for any other speaker, we can take it up, or we can just start submitting the online assessment for now.
Okay.
We can start taking it up.
Okay, so yes, due to some technical issues, sir will be joining us on 26th. And for now, if you have any question for any of the speakers that we had today, please post it. Otherwise, we're going to post the assessment link, which will be open for next 20 minutes after it's been posted in the chat box. Yes, Dr. Juhi, please post the assessment link. And now I request Dr. Manoj Garg to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Manoj. I think before that we can take a group photograph.
Yes, of course, ma'am. I request all the faculty members, research scholars, and the speakers, today's eminent speakers, to please turn on their camera so that we can have a group photograph. After that, we'll have vote of thanks from Dr. Manoj Garg, and we will end the session. Please turn on your camera. Yes, please turn on your camera. I request panelists, so please turn on your camera.
Rashi Ghosh, ma'am, please turn on your camera.
Ma'am has left for a lecture.
Okay. I think Shema sir has also left for some meeting. So I request the faculty members, please turn on your camera so that we can take the group photograph. Dr. Amrina, Dr. Maya, Randeep sir, Sujit sir, Lolita ma'am, please turn on your camera.
Ma'am, those who are not the co-host do not have the right to turn on the camera.
Maksud sir, please turn, please turn on their videos. Janmeji sir, Lolita ma'am, Kartike Shukla, then Dr. Maya, Dr. Amrina. Yes, Lolita ma'am, please turn on your camera. Dr. Janmeji Sethi, Maksud sir.
Yes, I'm giving.
Dr. Kartike, Janmeji Sethi. Then Dr. Maya, Dr. Randeep, Dr. Murli. Dr. Juhi. Dr. Harshita Jain. Lalita ma'am, Janmeji sir, Randeep sir, please turn on your camera so that we can take a group photograph. Dr. Amrina, Dr. Manoj, please turn on your camera. Dr. Amrina, Dr. Maya, Dr. Randeep, please turn on your camera. I request my team member, Ms. Naresh, to please take the group photograph. Dr. Namika, you can take the group photograph.
Ma'am, I did. I took it.
Okay, yeah, I have also taken. Yes, the assessment link is there in the chat box. It will remain open for next 20 minutes. Please do attempt this assessment link. It's for the generation of the certificate. Now I request Dr. Manoj to please give the vote of thanks. Sir, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anamika. A very good afternoon, respected dignitaries, distinguished participants, and my dear colleagues. It is a privilege and great joy for me to extend a formal vote of thanks to all those present here in 5 days FDP
faculty development program on the building a sustainable future with the green technology, innovations, opportunities, and challenges. On this occasion, it is honor and privilege for us to welcome our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan ji. Today, we are able to conduct this FDP only because of his constant moral support, blessings, and the strength. He is a guiding force for us. Your presence, sir, is indeed a source of great motivation. My deep regards and thanks to respected Chancellor, sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, sir. In his vision and leadership that has placed the University among the top universities in the world. My deep and sincere regards to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, and Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chief Advisor FPO, Chairman, Amity Law School, and Mentor AIS for their incredible leadership for the steering all the way through the FDP. Thank you, ma'am and sir. We are always continuously getting support and guidance in organizing the FDP successfully. I would also express thanks to our joint faculty coordinator of AIS, Dr. Renu Dupar, for her tireless efforts in preparing this for this FDP. I thankful Dr. V.P. Sharma, Professor and Head CSIR Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, Lucknow, as a speaker, and his informative talk on the quality management system and sustainability approaches. We offer our sincere thanks to Dr. Chintranshi Ghosh, Professor, University of Delhi, for an invited talk on the topic of air pollution mitigation by the urban green infrastructure. I extend my gratitude to all our participants who have attended from distant places. Your interest and active participations are great encouragement for us. I would, if hailing my duty, if I do not convey my gratitude to the administration of the MIT University for efforts they have made and efficient conduction of this event. Lastly, I thank all the members of the organizing committee, teaching as well as non-teaching staff of various domains who have been involved in this particular exercise in the last many days. We would like to thank the esteemed delegates, scientific community, colleagues, and research scholars for being integral part of this event. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place a record of our hearty thanks to admin IT team AUP for perfect support. In the end, I once again thank to distinguished assemblies for their presence among us on this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll join tomorrow from 10:30 a.m. in the second plenary session on the theme role of modern genomic tool in wildlife conservation to meet the goal of sustainable development, hosted by Amity Institute of Forestry and Wildlife. Renu ma'am, shall we end the session?
I think we can wait up to 5 minutes so that one
Sure,
can
ma'am.
fill the knowledge assessment form.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Anamika, for holding this session. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manoj Chandra, and thanks to all the faculty members and speakers for the successful completion of the first day. Thank you.